My name is Perry Zizi. I'm president of the Romanian Diversity Chamber of Commerce. On behalf of our organization, I'd like to welcome all of you here today. It's great to see you for our third regional ED&I conference. Firstly, I'd like to thank our sponsors, Kaufland, our platinum sponsor, and our silver sponsors, RDCC General, Denton's, DB Cargo, Box, and Philip Morris, as well as our sponsors in kind, the InterContinental Athenee Palace and Serve Winery. We also would like to thank our supporters, the Embassy of Belgium, the Embassy of Spain, the French Institute, the Belgium-Luxembourg Romanian-Moldovan Chamber of Commerce, the British-Romanian Chamber of Commerce, the Canadian Business Exchange Association, and the Romania-Portugal Bilateral Chamber of Commerce, as well as the Netherlands-Romanian Chamber of Commerce, Social Innovation Solutions, and We Are Open Hungary. So with the thanks out of the way, we will now start our program. I wanted to actually take a quick survey around the room, and Andrea, if you could show our first slide. Just have a show of hands for anybody whose organization or company is implementing an IUE program this year. Anybody? Hands? You don't have to raise your hand. In fact, I hope nobody raised their hand. Because IUE, if we can get the second slide, is very much the opposite of what we are talking about today. I really believe there is no company in the world that would actively come out and tell you they espouse inequity or inequality, because the E stands for equality or equity depending on who you speak to, uniformity, and exclusion. There's no company that would actively tell you that that's the case. They want to retain their workers. They don't want to make their workers, if they've invested in and trained and made part of their culture, feel unwelcome and disappear. So I ask myself, why is it sometimes so difficult to hear the noise from a lot of the critics that you hear more vocally these days as to equity, diversity, and inclusion? It's very much a question of how we define it. And I think a lot of the noise is coming from people who are trying to define it in ways that we in this room actually don't define it, because we understand it's good for business, which is why we formed the Diversity Chamber of Commerce. We believe that it helps businesses. It's not something we do as an extra that is a negative on the budget. It's something that can increase prosperity of all businesses and generally the economy and the well-being of all citizens. So keep that in mind. I hope none of you implements that program. I trust you won't. That said, let me introduce our first speaker. We have Jean-Cornet Dazius, Ambassador of Belgium, who will give an introduction. Very happy because Belgium has the EU presidency for this first half of the year. And Mr. Ambassador.
Thank you very much, Perry. Excellencies and dear colleagues, ladies and gentlemen, it is an honor for me to continue the tradition and to make some introductory remarks to this third annual ED&I conference as the ambassador of the country holding the rotating presidency of the Council of the European Union. But first of all, I would like to congratulate the Romanian Diversity Chamber of Commerce for its tremendous work in favor of diversity and inclusion in the Romanian business community. Inclusion is not only a question of rules and laws, it is also a question of changing habits and often changing mentalities. One often says that the degree of civilization of a society depends on the place occupied by women. I think the same can be said for the treatment reserved to all minorities. In a world too often characterized by individualism and intolerance, where extremism is on the rise, in a society where marginalization is driving large parts of the population towards loneliness and despair, inclusion is not only a question of public health, it is also a question of economic survival. Ladies and gentlemen, today is the Schuman Day. This is the European National Day, as we say, on the 9th of May, and I will talk a little bit about Europe and our presidency. Despite its flaws and weaknesses, the European Union embodies a model of government based on freedom, rule of law, democracy, but also on humanity. Inclusion and promotion of diversity are important parts of this human aspect of the European project. The Belgian presidency of the European Union has set out a number of priorities in 6 areas of work and under the overall motto of protect, strengthen, prepare. Protecting European citizens, strengthening our cooperation, and preparing our shared future. One of these 6 priorities of work is the reinforcement of the social and health agenda. In the current context, the need for a Europe that protects its citizens is clearer than ever. The Belgian presidency is paying great attention and is seeing to it that this protection extends to all European citizens, especially the most vulnerable ones. To give a concrete example, on February the 8th, a provisional agreement was reached on the directive for a European disability card, as well as for a European parking card for persons with disabilities. According to this agreement, it will be up to national authorities to issue these recognized cards in all EU member states in a standardized physical and digital format. This directive builds on a pilot project carried out by Belgium, Romania, and 6 other EU countries since February 2016. Also under the Belgian presidency, at the high-level conference on the European Pillar of Social Rights in La Hulpe, in Belgium, the EU, social partners and civil societies have renewed their commitment to a stronger social Europe. At the event, European institutions, 25 EU member states and civil society representatives signed a declaration on the future of the European Pillar of Social Rights. In this declaration, signatories agreed to intensify the EU's quality, anti-discrimination and anti-racism strategies to combat discrimination based on sex, racial or ethnic origin, religion or belief, disability, age or sexual orientation through an intersectional approach. Also, the Belgian presidency of the Council of the EU is also promoting a declaration on the continued advancement of the human rights of LGBTIQ+ persons in Europe. This declaration should be adopted on May the 17th, the International Day Against Homophobia. The declaration against homophobia at a high-level conference in Brussels. The declaration will build on the Commission's first LGBTIQ equality strategy 2020-2025. Ladies and gentlemen, împreună suntem mai puternici. There can be no common aim, no common future for a country or for Europe if we are not able to mobilize all the segments of the society in full respect of its diversity. in my quality of ambassador of the country holding the presidency of the Council of the EU, I would like once again to thank the Romanian Diversity Chamber of Commerce for working to that aim. I wish you an interesting and fruitful working session.
Thank you. Our next guest is José Antonio Hernández, the Ambassador of Spain. There he is.
Thank you very much. Dear President of the Romanian Diversity Chamber of Commerce, esteemed speakers, dear colleagues, dear guests, I am very pleased to participate for the second consecutive year in this conference and to have the opportunity to express from this position our gratitude for the very significant work that the Romanian Diversity Chamber of Commerce is carrying out. Tackling topics such as equity, diversity, and inclusion in society is not an easy task. We are all well aware that discriminatory practices continue to exist on multiple grounds: gender, sexual orientation or identity, age, ethnicity, disability, among others. But trying to find solutions and taking action often seems too complicated. Therefore, I believe that when someone decides to take the step of pooling resources and efforts from the business sector and the civil society to try to find inclusive solutions, they deserve our full support. I did not hesitate when the Romanian Diversity Chamber of Commerce team told us about their projects, and since then, I follow with interest all their initiatives and meetings. The conference today is another example of how meaningful it can be to promote the exchange of good practices with the participation of professionals from different sectors and experts in human resources and talent management, NGOs leadership, government representatives, business leaderships, or legal experts. Together, you will discuss how to improve inclusion and diversity, to understand and see the needs and concerns of local communities, to advocate for inclusive policies that take into account multiple dimensions of diversity, and we will benefit from the conclusions because a diverse society is a richer society. As you are aware, Spain is firmly committed with the promotion of equality and respect for human rights and their equal and effective implementation and enjoyment. We try every day to elaborate and carry out policies that remove all social and professional barriers in our country. But we also try, through our foreign policy, to broaden this effort beyond our borders. I don't want to extend myself any further because the really interesting part comes now with the participation of the experts. Let me only thank you once again for your work in order to achieve a more diverse and inclusive society, and I wish you all a very fruitful day. But mulțumesc.
Thank you very much, Ambassador. Thank you. Well, very, very interesting to hear from Ambassador Cornet del Use about some pending European Union initiatives, and fully agree with Ambassador Hernández that we're also here to share best practices. And with that, we would like to invite our first panel, Cultural Diversity and Identity. We have Diana Tarfula, Director of Engineering and Diversity and Inclusion Women at Adobe. Anna Robinson, HR Director Commercial and HR Country Lead Romania, Bergen Beer, also known as Molson Coors. Esther Banhidi, Head of HR Hungary and HRBP CEE Topline CEE DEI Lead, Danone. I'm sorry if did I get that right, Esther? All the letters? Eduard Iancu, CEO, DB Cargo Romania, Head of DB Cargo Business Eastern Corridors. And Madalena Mihai, my colleague, who is Inclusion and Diversity Coordinator, Europe Dentons. Thank you all. So, I want to start the discussion today by just pointing out that when we refer to cultural diversity and identity, it also takes into account the perceptions in various cultures of attitudes toward, for example, women, LGBT. So let's not think of it only as ethnicity. And I think with that broader approach, maybe we start with Diana and ask a bit about how Adobe fosters cultural diversity within its engineering teams and what initiatives have been most successful in promoting inclusion.
I hope this works. Yeah, can you hear me?
Yeah.
Yeah. So hello everyone. Barry, thank you for having me. Lestat, thank you for inviting me today. And Andrea, I was so glad to reconnect with you after 12 years. I'm very glad to be here because diversity and inclusion, equity and inclusion is a topic dear to my heart and the topic I've invested a lot lately as a volunteer. To your question about cultural diversity, let me start with a personal story that I lived about 7 years ago, right after I joined Adobe. As part of a strategic change, we were supposed to bring in Romania a very important product, high revenue generator, which was developed in India and in other geographies. And we were supposed to transfer this, the engineering involvement and part in Romania. So that was huge pressure on us because we had no clue on the project. Of course, we knew the tech stack, but we did not understand the business. We did not know anything about the project. So we started engaging with the teams in India. We started having knowledge transfer sessions, plans, deadlines, and so on. However, after having a first round of discussions, we realized that things were not moving. So what did I do as a member of the Romanian culture? Yeah, we have to do it. And if they wrote that they will be doing something, they have to do it. So if things are not happening, let's escalate this. Let's make things happen in due time. Well, thing is, and as part of this mindset, I started to reach out directly to engineers, skipping the management level, escalating in all sorts of directions, because again, there was a huge pressure to make things happen in a certain amount of time. The reality was that the transfer was a big failure, and we had to learn it from scratch, and we had to make sure that things were up and running in 2 months without any incidents in production. So for me, it was one of the most painful projects that I've been part of. And it was only after we transferred everything that I realized it was actually a cultural failure. Because I did not understand the way the Indian culture worked. I did not, for example, understand that reaching out directly to an engineer without by skipping the management chain, it was a huge offense. And basically, I cornered those people because they did not reply because they were afraid they would challenge their management chain. But I realized things only afterwards. And as a result of this experience, we started having bringing a coach to train us and our engineering teams about the culture and about how to integrate other cultures in our engineering teams. And we scaled these trainings. So now every year we organize it twice per year for all the new joiners, so that they are aware about how to work with Indian cultures, how to work with American cultures, because we also had some frictions there as well. And also it helped us to better integrate engineers from other cultures into our local teams. And I'm going to give you another short example. I have now 2 people from Israel in one of our teams. They are working on a different, their work week is different compared to ours. They are now facing challenges, as you all know, but they never felt, as per their saying, that they are not included. Because, first of all, we practice empathy towards them, but we also take into consideration all the challenges, all the cultural aspects that they are, or the cultural background that they are coming from, and it works now. But we learn it the hard way, I would say.
Thank you. It sounds like there's a buy-in from very top management. I think
the message is very important from the leadership, and even though it's written in Adobe values, still its practice is needed, and you have to continuously reinforce the message and reinforce the importance of cultural inclusion.
Thank you. Edward, you have something like 30,000 employees, I think, across Europe. You must face similar issues. How do you manage the issues of cultural diversity, and do you feel that management has bought into this topic of the importance?
Well, you said we are a big company working in 130 countries, for example. Yeah? And here in Romania, by all, I would say, KPIs, we are a big company. For us, it's mandatory to be able, for example, to deal with such aspects like diversity in order to get, the full potential, of innovation. People are going to be open, they are going to feel, it's open environment, or inclusion environment, for example, which is giving them the chance, for example, to provide potential, creativity. And I think, by doing something like that, it's a win-win, especially for a company, which is in, practically it's a fiction, for example, and the value of such companies, it's based on the potential of the people or the creativity, there. For sure, we are dealing with a lot of diversity, for example, in essence, related to the...
Sorry.
Oh, I'm not strong enough, huh? Is it talking? Okay, thank you. Yeah. So I don't know, I said a lot of interesting ideas, sorry that you missed a lot.
I heard you, but I think in the back they may not have.
So, talking about DB Cargo Romania culture this time, for example, I want to say that we are really putting from the very beginning, this kind of, very clear idea that we want to create, an open atmosphere, for example, an inclusion environment, for example, with the idea that this is going to encourage, for example, the innovative innovation, for example, or the clear idea that each and every people, has a voice. We have to listen, the voice. We have to accept, the different opinions sometimes. Yeah, and this is the base, to accept, the diversity in all aspects. For example, you cannot, you cannot create, sustainable structures. For example, if you are not, willing to accept, that we are different and together we are stronger. Why? Because I think, very clear we are living in a very complex world. And the best answer to the today complexity is exactly this kind of diversity,
Thank you. Yes, I think that's a really good point, that we are stronger together, and not only taking information, taking opinions from colleagues, but actually implementing, because look, there's no monopoly on good ideas. There's no one ethnic group, or there's no one gender, or there's no one sexual group that has a monopoly on good ideas. And I think part of the beauty of diversity in our organizations is that we are richer because of a diversity of opinions. I want to jump to Anna. Your company has invested in very, I would say, historic breweries in Romania, around the region. That history is also a source of a very rich diversity. How do you feel that fits into the operating model of your company today?
Sure, absolutely. So good morning, everybody. It's a pleasure to be here today. Actually, this is the first year that we have joined Chamber of Diversity in Romania. And we specifically did it this way because after a few years of awareness on this topic of diversity, we're now moving to the next step, which is inclusion. Obviously, brewing companies and brewing business, it looks like there is very much oriented towards more gentleman profile. Yet, especially at the leadership level, we have a lot of promotion in terms of ladies as well. It doesn't matter who you are. It doesn't matter how you look. It doesn't matter where you're coming from. It's important what you do. So quality is what we're looking at. Inclusion and what is the best that we get out of such a collaboration. It's what we're looking for. So these are the structure. This is the structure that we have built on in Molson Coors, and this is what we're looking for in the future to build on inclusivity. Diversity is there just by the fact that we are all over the Europe and all over the world. We are very diverse. So when we cross borders in terms of teams, we obviously not foster on diversity, but we really banked on inclusivity, and again, the outcome of that. So with that said, again, come and join. We value actually celebration. It's one of our values as a company. So when we talk about celebration, we talk about inclusion just by the giving of it. So come and join us, and everybody has a place there.
Very good point. Yes, as is often said, diversity is being invited to the party, inclusion is being asked to dance. So it sounds like you are getting your employees dancing. Esther, you have a company that I believe has probably developed mostly greenfields around the region, although maybe invested in some historic businesses as well. Also, as a regional head of HR, you work with a lot of different cultures. Tell us what your company's been doing to leverage that diverse workforce to drive innovation and business success in the region.
Yeah, so I'm really pleasure to be here. Hi, everybody. I think we are very lucky because also on the global level, diversity, equity, and inclusion is very important topics. So we have also a global community around this topic, and this is how we are, or this is what we are leveraging on in managing on the local level. Definitely, this DEI topic is not only an HR one, but it's integrated into the business as well. So I think B Corp certification is representing this very much. So we have been certified on a CE level as B Corp. First, it's important because we certified as CEE, so 5 countries together, which already shows the cross-country mindset, the cultural diversity that we are working in. Secondly, that within B Corp there are several pillars that we are evaluated on, and one of them is governance and workers. So it's not only internally we feel that we have this as a focus topic, but also from external side it's confirmed that we are progressing in this. But definitely on a regional level, 5 countries, it's quite a cultural diversity. We have cross-country teams, regional functions. So just to give an example, in marketing, brands are managed on a 5-country level and not based on single countries, which already give a by default need from the managers to step up and understand each and every culture and equally manage their people in their team.
Thank you. Madalena, you are with a professional services firm, quite different from all of the other participants on this panel. How does that affect the implementation and promotion of ED&I across cultures? I've seen some of it myself, but I'd like to hear your perspective.
Yeah, sure. Oh, does it work? It works. Good morning. I was just noticing, and thank you for being here. It's my second time participating. It feels like coming back home because I'm actually coming back home. I'm actually from Romania, but I've been living abroad for the last 10 years or so. So thank you for the invitation. I always find so much joy in this event particular because I just love how other people are sharing best practices, and I get very inspired by that. But yeah, to get back to your point, indeed. So I work in an office, which is a business services within Denton's, with my colleague here, Perry. And just to start maybe with a story, when I joined the firm, I was the only foreigner in the office that did not speak any Slavic languages. And I don't know if you had much contact with the Slavic languages. Maybe, Sebastian is from Poland as well. But for me, it was quite tricky. The grammar, particularly, was incredibly difficult. So it was an entire set of conversations that I needed to have at the very beginning with pretty much everybody in the office to just start communicating in English so I could feel included as well as part of the conversation. As the office grew and we started hiring more people from more diverse backgrounds, from more countries, the conversation became kind of incorporated in the DNA of our organization. And I think it kind of grew naturally based on those initial conversations that we had that needed to be had. And it was definitely an uncomfortable situation for a lot of people, including for myself at that time. It's not always easy to sit in that uncomfortableness and have those brave conversations, especially with leadership and management. But I think it's incredibly important to do so because it creates safe spaces for all of the employees to share their background, share their diversity, be who they are, and it just creates a beautiful organizational culture that incorporates all of these beautiful aspects of diversity. And then moving forward in terms of inclusion, this is something that we've done in the last couple of years, specifically the last 2 years. We started implementing regional programs that address this issue that I've encountered in my own office, but at a regional level, because Dentons, as you might know, has offices from Spain to Uzbekistan. So it incorporates all sorts of diverse and beautiful backgrounds, but also challenging at times to communicate and understand each other's styles of communication and styles of working as well, especially in a competitive environment, as I'm sure all of the other sectors are, similar with the legal one. But what we've done was creating a program that is called the Allyship Pods. And actually this year is the second edition that we're doing it, which basically incorporates discussions. People can sign up to this program regardless of their role, regarding of the office and the location they're based in. And it creates a direct channel of communication between people, increases collaboration, that's one thing, but also just a very profound sense of understanding, because it creates safe spaces for people to just be themselves, show up as themselves, and communicate with others that they might not have the chance to communicate with on a daily basis. So that's one of the examples. I have a few more, but maybe I'm going to share them along the way.
Thank you. Speaking of initiatives, maybe Edward, if you have any particular initiatives you'd like to share as to what your company is doing in Romania, but also generally in the region and in the world.
Yeah, thank you very much. As I said, in order to reach, the entire potential, for example, and to face, the challenges, for example, it's part of our organizational culture, for example, beginning with the recruitment, for example, and we are recruiting all over the country, just related to Romania. So you mentioned a lot of aspects of diversity. I want to bring here one very important aspect. For example, there is a lot of potential in the countryside, for example, with the people which might work right now in a very few, how to say, activities, for example, and they don't have a fair chance, for example, to access to a better job, for example, or better conditions. And I think, this kind of potential, for example, might be also observed, in this part of progress, for example, like accepting, that you have to give, a fair chance to everybody, for example. And we are trying, for example, right now and we are doing actively since 8 years already, to bring people from the school, into our qualification schools, for example, and we are doing something like that, already, I told you, in the last 8 years. Last year, we choose to invest in 100 people, for example, and we are very proud, because those people are coming, being very, very motivated, and the quality of such people are going to prove, a certain how to say, quality, for the work later on, and bring such people, for example, in an organization which is an open, spirit, as I said to you, with their own voice, for example, with their own experience, for example, is motivating the others, for example, to give their best, for example, in the quality of life or acceptance, for example, because this kind of acceptance is creating actually a certain value later on in their actions. We are mixing, for example, various ages, for example, our activity, for example, in rail, I think everybody recognizes, a certain profile of very conservative job, for example, maybe not very attractive, for example, versus other economical activities, but to be honest, if you are looking, to the potential of diversity, this is a key, for example, to prepare, your future. And then by doing something like that, you need to build, a certain level of trust. And doing something like that, you have to let the dialogue, you have to let the voice, to be expressed, and also to embrace, for example, the fact that we can do more, to each other. And I really like, somebody said here that everybody has his unique profile, for example, and then we have to accept, something like that, and very clear to celebrate something like that, like the solid foundation, for example, for our future. Beside of this, we signed, this diversity chart first time in 2021, sorry, I have so many datas, usually in my head. And beginning with this year, we are a member of this Diversity Commerce Chamber. We are very pleased, and we are going to be an active member, I can promise you.
Thank you, Edward. I think it's interesting also what you said about the rural and urban divide. It's definitely something that in this this day and age is growing and exacerbates some of the tensions that we feel, and very important to understand and communicate to all segments, whether rural or urban. Diana, are there any particular programs or initiatives that you would like to highlight, perhaps on women in tech, considering the nature of your company?
Yeah. This is another topic that I'm very passionate about, and that I'm advocating for and trying to invest all the spare time that I have into. So there are multiple projects and initiatives that we've implemented over the past 5 years, I would say, at Adobe Romania. But I'm going to focus on 2 of them. And the first one, it's a project an initiative that we called Ada Lovelace. And it was born in pandemic when I had a little bit of spare time, and I started to look at the demographics at Adobe, at the numbers of women in engineering roles, and then on segments of age. And what I realized was that we were back then, I think, around 1,000 employees. And out of 1,000 employees, there were 0 women in very senior. We have a scale in terms of experience and levels. And there were 0 women on the top of the scale. And then I started to do some correlations and to observe the age when men were promoted into those roles, and I realized the age was above 35 or even 40. And then I started looking at my generation, 40, 45, and I realized there were, first of all, very few women in company in this segment, and even fewer promoted to senior roles. So with these numbers in mind, I started to look on the market, and in Romania and also on the international market, what are some programs that other companies are doing in order to support women in engineering roles, to help them grow faster and to keep them on that track, because there is also a trend there are more and more women joining companies, tech companies, working as software engineers for the first years, and then once they have maybe first child or a family, they start looking into the other roles like how project management or business analysis and so on. So coming back, I looked at what other companies were doing, even in Silicon Valley, and I realized there was very few evidence that companies did something for that. However, there was a problem there and in Romania and in Europe as well. So then I thought, okay, how would I design such a project? I looked for a name. I really loved Ada Lovelace story, and that's I wanted an international name because initially I thought of Eliza Zamfirescu, one of the first Romanian ladies in tech, but I thought if you're going to scale this, we need a name that resonates with other cultures as well. So I started designing this program, which addressed, which had 3 pillars: coaching, mentoring, and then something which you cannot find in books, like what does it take to be promoted from level 1 to level 2, let's say. What kind of practices do you have to, and experience do you need to have? What kind of communication style do you need to have? As a woman, how do you speak to a senior architect? What kind of skills do you have to have? So based on this, I designed the first edition and ran it on my own. It was a very successful one, but then I realized I cannot do it, and I have to scale. So therefore, now we have an entire team who is running this. We are running the 3rd edition in Romania. The impact has been immediate. We already have 10 ladies, not on the highest level on the scale I was mentioning, but they were promoted twice. I like to believe that this program is contributed to that. And one other thing that I'm very proud of is we already scaled this in the US. They've just concluded last week the 1st edition. And we also helping our colleagues in Switzerland to run it there. So it's something that was born in Romania, something that helps women in software engineering roles, and it's something that other cultures and other geographies borrowed from us. So we are very proud of
that. That is an amazing, amazing example, Diana, and I have no doubt that members of the audience will want to speak with you after this to learn how they can implement this. Anna, I see you'd like to jump in.
Yes, I would like to jump in. Thank you very much for sharing. I just want to build on 2 things that I believe I can take from you and just say the importance of them. One is the selling story. I mean, multinational organizations are very diverse. Whatever we do, we are diverse. What we perhaps could do better is take the ladies that have a story of success and put it out there so that we can take the internal ambassadors and promote them. So we do that a lot. And also we partner with our communication. So, the power of communication, the power of selling story, the power of example are crucial in order to open, develop, and ensure that ladies, and not ladies, but all kinds of diversity, it doesn't matter who you are. It's important that you have a role model of success. And you can do that by exposing that, and also by communicating that. So, yeah.
Great, thank you. Esther, did you want to add anything to this topic?
Actually, I'm happy that you brought this leadership into the discussion, because we also have this focus in Danone, and I'm happy to say that our regional leadership is 50-50 from men and women, so we are quite great in this sense. We don't have gender pay gap, and really among all of the people in CE, we almost 50-50 in terms of gender. For us, rather, the focus is not only setting examples, but how we can educate our people, how we can engage them into this topic, and how we can make them want to volunteer and want to take it as an example, or as diversity, equity, and inclusion as a topic of their own. So we have an allyship group in CE, a community which is on purely voluntary basis, so they can join. We have actually 5 pillars: generation, gender, LGBTQ+, disability, and family and kids. And they can pick which pillar is resonating with them the most. They can really be a part of creating the action plan for the 5 countries. So we want to make sure that all of the people feel engaged and be a part of it. So it's not only one person who will create the situation, but really we also use the power of the team to tackle this topic.
Excellent. So sharing the responsibility is.
And if I may also jump in here, Perry, thank you for sharing this great ideas and of programs. And of course, I think programs are fundamental, and storytelling is fundamental, and role modeling is fundamental as well. But I think for us, at least, what kind of pushed the needle forward was the idea of having an IND member of the team or a trained professional be part of the promotion process conversation as well, to make sure that the biases are being challenged as we go along. And we have found that this was the starting point of the change, when actually someone was challenging decision makers within those biases.
How much, speaking of decision makers, I don't want to paint the picture that every company that is promoting ED&I has 100% buy-in. There's definitely resistance. And when you cross borders, there may be countries that are less interested or comfortable discussing, in particular, gender issues or LGBT issues. How do you deal with that within Denton's Europe, where we have, as you said, countries from Spain up until the border of China?
Yeah, it's definitely a challenging conversation to have. But I think what we started with is making sure that we provide sufficient education. That's the first point of discussion. Awareness programs and events and initiatives that can bring attention to more people on specific causes. And by starting to educate more people, we started to create these affinity groups, as you mentioned as well, affinity groups, support groups, people that identify as being part of one group or another that came together and had ideas themselves that could feedback their ideas to specific leaders. Of course, there's not 100% buy-in, and I think that's one of the most challenging part of the conversation, to get leaders to get involved even in the conversation and then participate actively and become allies for other people. But as I said, by providing these opportunities, such as the allyship pods, such as affinity groups, the conversation is there. And pushing it forward by having people being part of promotion processes, by constantly challenging decision makers and making sure that there's more voices in the conversation, especially more diverse voices, younger generations as well. It's kind of a reverse mentoring scheme, if I may say so. The fact that there is this open line of communication. So I guess that's one of the strategies that we're actively still trying to implement. We're still on our way, hoping to achieve more success. But as I said, the conversation is there. And the fact that we have the affinity groups as a structure already based, and ambassadors in most of our locations throughout Europe, I think that's a great starting point.
The concept of reverse mentoring is actually very interesting. I think I've kind of often thought that you need buy-in from leadership, but it sounds as if people are given the microphone, you can have a grassroots change, which is also very important. Edward, I see you nodding on this topic.
Yeah, I think here the dialogue is very important, and in the multicultural landscape, for example, if you have the chance to mix, the teams, yeah, in terms of, different type of diversity, for example, yeah, once they are going to talk each other. For example, they will discover, there is nothing dangerous. Is nothing which is going to put them in a situation, that they don't want, actually, or ignorance. I think it's our enemy here, And how we are going to face, this kind of transformation, for example, it's bringing, for example, into the majority, for example, the open dialogue, for example, which is going to look, for them, or to put them, to a better understanding, in front of a better understanding, for example, And by doing something like that, you can have a progress, and you can have this kind of inclusion, I would say, atmosphere we are looking for.
Yeah, it's also a very interesting point, making sure that we devote the resources and time to educating, to giving information to people so that we overcome some of the inherent biases that we find out there. One of the things we're often told by companies we speak to about joining the Diversity Chamber of Commerce is that, well, it can't be done in Romania because the culture is too conservative. And we said, people are doing it already. What do you mean it can't be done? We have companies that are customer-facing, retail-facing. We have customers that are B2B, not aware of any loss of business or material or net loss of business of any of these companies. In fact, many of the efforts have probably resulted in a net gain. IKEA has had an ad a couple of years ago where they had a same-sex couple, not aware that they lost any employees or sales for that. They're one of our founding members. On that topic, Diana, can I ask you whether there was resistance to your initiative, and if so, how did you get buy-in for it? Or was it just 100% clear sailing? Did people think maybe there wasn't a need for it because they didn't see a problem, or they thought there was a problem but it shouldn't be solved?
Of course, there was resistance, and there is still resistance. Whenever we are launching a new initiative dedicated to women or other minorities, there are voices asking, why are those initiatives only for women? Why us men cannot have a similar program like Ada Lovelace? And the answer is pretty much the same. We need more initiatives to support minorities, to help them grow and to keep them there. That's one thing. But the other, which is maybe more relevant, is the message that comes from the leadership. The constant reinforcement and the constant message that we need these initiatives, we need to support minorities, we need diversity, and we have to be inclusive. And I can give you a concrete example that happened yesterday. I was mentioning we scaled this, we help our colleagues from Switzerland to implement it. And the leader over there reached out to me and asked me, how did you deal with the bullying that was caused by this initiative? Because apparently what happened, they ran the program for women and they've got so many questions from men, some of them quite aggressive, about why is this program implemented for women. And to give you maybe more context, there are only 20 women and around 300 from around 300 employees there. So 20 women, there was this first cohort. I believe there will be the only cohort because there aren't other women to be part of the program next year. But there was a huge pushback. And I was asked for advice, and I told my colleague exactly these two bullets. First of all, reinforce the message that we need programs to support minorities, women or LGBT community or all the minorities in the site. And the second advice I gave him is reach out to the site leader and make sure the support for this program and the idea of supporting minorities is in every presentation, every all hands, every Q&A. Just make sure you have this message constantly there. So these are two things that we did in order to manage the pushback.
Very important
If I may
to know.
Jump
Yes,
in.
yes, please.
Sorry, just stop me if I'm talking too much, but this is just
No.
a very interesting conversation. I think people get very insecure or uncomfortable when you challenge their privilege by default. I think it's just for all of us. We probably all have been in that situation where something that we've seen, experienced, something that someone has said has rubbed us the wrong way. But I think the point is that aggressive communication never works. You're never going to have the buy-in from someone if you start with aggression, if you continue with aggression. I think it has to be led from a point of empathy. So empathetical communication, I think that's the point.
Okay. Okay, thank you. I wanted to ask Anna and Esther if you had any similar pushback or experiences like Diana had internally and how you dealt with it, if you did.
Yes, we do. And we constantly have them because it's, as somebody said before, again, it's a transformation. So when you bring something new to the table, regardless if it was already there, because again, diversity, we face it on a daily basis, but how we deal with it is a different issue. So when we put it out there and said, okay, especially because we are very aware of our business profile in brewing, we put we accelerated how we see women and the role of women in our business. So leadership level and management as well, we tend to have more women organically. They grew in our organizations than perhaps at the entry level. So we do have some KPIs there when we track how we can attract as well, but how can we retain not just women, but all kind of minorities and diversity. So obviously, when we talk about these KPIs in town halls or through our communication, they're like, "Oh God, she's coming again. She's talking to me again about that." Why? To the point where somebody from actually one of our teams said, "Why are you just keep pushing us? What's the point?" And I said, "I want to give you some data. And you are a parent. You are a parent of a daughter. You are a husband. Your wife goes to the work every day, and she meets one of her colleagues, and she gets bullied. How do you react in terms of, how do you protect your wife? What would you tell her? What kind of work environment would you like your wife to have? You have a daughter. Your daughter goes to school. And she gets perhaps bullied because she may be, I don't know, fat, skinny, blonde, whatever. How do you react as a father to that kind of, and men as well, to that kind of challenges? And they were like, I can see your point there. And then another statistic that was really interesting for me was that, so we have the town halls, right? We have communication, we have the town halls. And in Romania, 1 out of 5 women are getting bullied. So this is really overwhelming. When you put the data and you put it out there and you talk to men about it, it is like, it's shocking. So exposure, switch the psychology and put them in our places and their families, and because they're actually dealing with this type of thank you very much. They're actually dealing with this type of challenges themselves on a daily basis in their private lives, right? So how do you transfer that into your work environment? How do you protect your family as well? So that worked for us.
I want to add something very, very briefly, because you raised a point, and I would like to bring on the table the term of allyship. Because when you have small minorities and small communities that you want to support, you need the support of the majority. And in our case, one thing that we did was to work with men who are fathers, who are husbands, who have women around them at home. And we built an allyship program which was dedicated to men. And we helped them, first of all, have framing a message, articulating a message of support for women. And then we gave them some tools and ideas of how to support women in their teams and even women at home. And that worked very well.
It's a great strategy, and both of what you said, I think, can resonate with a lot of people. If they have a wife or daughters or a mother, everybody has one.
Partnership is important. Yeah.
Esther?
Yes, I just wanted to say that definitely this focusing on a people is very important. So basically in Danone, how we are tackling is that we have this Danone ethic line, which actually we got last year the Danone People survey, where we actually asked people, do you know what's Danone ethics line? Have you ever used it? Thankfully, not many people using it because we don't have any insults or not many insults like this, but almost 100% of the people know what it is and they are aware. So I think it's very important to show as company a possibility and kind of secured environment where they can come and tell if there are any insults or anything around this. And I'm very proud that we as company are focusing on this. Not only the fun part, because then, yeah, I will talk about the engagement later on, but also to tackle these kind of issues, which are the reality, unfortunately.
Yes, indeed, the reality. Thank you. Because we started late, we've also are finishing this panel a bit later, and thank you for staying longer than you had planned. I would like to ask the audience if they have any questions, if that's okay with everybody. If anybody has any questions, yeah?
Yeah, thank you. So thank you to all the speakers. It was really nice to learn from your experience. My question was, you spoke a lot about the actions that we did within your companies, but it's a matter of education that should go further. And I was interested to know if you have any programs that you are delivering into community.
I can give my perspective here. So, besides my corporate job, I'm also actively involved in Women in Tech Romania. And that's a very important community. It's the chapter was kicked off last year in January 2023. And ever since then, there have been various initiatives, programs, events, and so on, in order to create awareness and to educate both employees and also companies about what they can do in order to support women in tech, either in engineering roles or leadership role, or individual contributor roles or leadership roles. So that's one thing And I invite everyone to stay close to the community and to get to know them better, because they are doing a great job.
I think your question is very good, and especially that it brings up the education, which is fundamental in terms of a development society. For us, it is important that at leadership level, we are trained to be inclusive. So we run workshops through, we call it a leadership program, inclusive leadership program. And as a result, we make sure that our leadership is very aware, knows how to behave, knows how to act, knows how to communicate in order to promote and be inclusive. Also, when we recruit, and it came out actually very natural from our people, in terms of feedback, when we recruit, we are very aware of how we position a recruitment advertising in terms of choosing wording in a very natural way, in a very neutral way, so that we include everybody into the pool of talent. So we have definitely two things, at least, one from the HR perspective, inclusive in terms of recruitment, and then it also starts with the leadership.
I would reflect on this question rather in a way that education is very much important, but I think for us how we take it is rather how to engage the people, because through engagement, providing the ownership to them, they by default getting educated. So just to give an example, which is relevant, I think in Romania now, we are celebrating 25 years of production in Danone, and it's also an internal big celebration, but also we include external partners into it. And not only in Romania, but also in CE level. So as the Romanian factory is not only producing for Romania, but also the other CE countries, we use it on we share it on the town halls, we raise awareness, we engage people on appraising each other about this. And on the celebratory part, we are not only including our people, but we are including our external partners who were with us along the way. So it also shows inclusivity and diversity, because it's not only about gender issue, but really all type of diversity that we can take in.
Either of you like to add anything?
Yeah, I would like to add. Oh, I can't see you. Hi. Yeah, of course, we are a legal firm, so we provide legal services. So by default, we do offer pro bono work quite a lot in all of our jurisdictions. But I think it's an important aspect to mention that in some of our communities, the communities in themselves are not safe. I'm talking about LGBT communities, for example. So the outside of the office society is not safe. So we're trying to create the safe spaces within the office where people can be themselves and feel safe. And of course, try to engage with the local legislation as much as possible and on pro bono levels as well. But I think it's important that we mention the fact that society is not always safe. So the fact that companies are taking an active role in educating societies and having this dialogue with various members of the society, I think that's also like part of the educational process as well.
Even though I was in a minority here, I want to thank you for the for the chance, to be part of such a valuable dialogue. I'd like to add something more, that somebody mentioned. I like to highlight actually something related to the leadership role, for example, And I think in a day-to-day work, for example, a leader which is very consistent with his principle and value, for example, is going to show, to his organization that this is something real, This is something that we care about, This is something that we want to adapt, for example, like a very natural, and this is the way for our future, common future. And I think in a day-to-day activity, we can prove, that it's a value, living value, actually. That's it from my side. Thank you very much.
Thank you. I would like to take another question if we can squeeze one in.
Thank you. I will be there in a few minutes, but now I have the possibility to shoot from here. I was in the recent Easter in Romania period. I was talking to a friend, a female friend, and she said, I gave her a call, and she said, no, I'm working from home today. And I said, oh, that's very nice. I said, yes, all the women in our office were given the possibility to work from home. I said, how that come? Yeah, because this normally happens because we are to prepare the house and the food for the festivities. And I was like, and men in your office are not given that possibility. Well, no. And so what I just wanted to point out is, if you have experiences in your companies of this subtle gender or any other kind of discrimination, kind of subtle assumptions that tend to be perceived as a kind gesture from management or from whatever, or culturally, but what in reality does is to continue social perceptions and practices that are in themselves discriminatory.
Really interesting and good question. It was something I had wanted to bring up in some respects with regard to the expectation of women to take a 2-year maternity leave. But in this context, with the recent holidays, it's also a good point.
Please let me take it, because
Yes.
I love the question. No, I love the question, because inclusion is about balance and it's about partnership. And if you ask me, I wouldn't advocate for such a policy in our company. Because if, men can also be, they can take care of children. They can also cook something, or I don't know. I mean, this is not, if you ask me also, I think it's a wrong message for women as well. Because you're supposed to stay home and cook while your husband goes to work. And that's not the kind of message us women want to hear. And to give a concrete example, I was very glad to hear that our HR decided to extend the paternity leave for my colleagues up to 4 months. So men at Adobe can stay longer or can stay can have paternity leave, and you would be amazed how many men decided to stay at home and raise children. So we need such examples, and policies like this one, yeah, I think they should be discouraged.
Excellent. It's great that you extended to extended paternity leave as well. It's a great signal, and great to hear there was uptake on that too. Esther?
Honestly, I'm quite surprised on this policy because in Danone, whichever policy we are implementing, it's regardless of gender. So even our parental policy is regardless of gender, and everybody is respective and welcome to use this. Also, the smart working policy, this home office only for women, it's not existing for us. And even just to give an example, in this allyship in the family and kids group, we have a strong male leader, a Hungarian marketing head, who really take it seriously and sponsor this kind of equality, also related to family and family stuff within the company. So, yeah.
I'll take it as well, because when you asked the question, I could see immediately that the ladies were like, no, 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 no. So maybe it's the time that we can have a chat with your company as well, because we will. You know what I mean. Yeah, no, but you. Yeah, but you know what I mean. Just bring him here, and then we can tell him how it is to implement really a flexible policy that would apply to all of us. So actually, what I wanted to say that the reaction that the ladies have had here says it all. So I'm very proud to go for that.
Thank you. If anyone else wants to jump in, Edward, no, Madalena, you don't feel like you have to. We can.
I mean, I have thoughts. I always have thoughts.
Okay, I saw something brewing over there. Go ahead.
No, I mean, I think the example that comes to mind, and this is not foreign to me. I'm Romanian, so I heard this before. I'm as disappointed as always that this is still carrying on and this is still part of our society. Unfortunately, that's still the reality of things. But one example that I have in mind when you were talking about this, I think it's also part of the promotion process, because some of our senior leaders said that they didn't want to promote women because they might want to have a kid at some point in their lives.
Someone said that?
Well, I'm not going to name names.
No, you can tell me afterwards.
There are some stories about that.
No, but the conversation was, okay, so, but I'm sure they're going to want to have children at some point, right? And our reaction was, did you ask them? Did you actually have this conversation? Did you actually ask them about their career goals and expectations? Did you start the conversation from that point rather than making an assumption on a gender case?
Okay, I'm going to risk an answer here. I'm glad that in our company, for example, was a free Friday anyway for everybody. But on the other hand, you know, I like don't judge ourselves too tough, yeah. And I'm going to say that I love, you know, the cultural diversity, yeah, and the food, you know, in Romania for Easter, for example, or Christmas is part of our culture, you know. I don't want to say that we have to send somebody to cook, yeah. Question is, what was the reaction of that lady, for example, which was sent it, you know, to home, or with the idea that maybe you want to cook? I don't think that she was precisely, you know, influenced to go home to cook, yeah? But anyway, I want to say something about what is the reaction. For example, if you want to change something, you need to react, you know, to something what's happening there, yeah? And I think, you know, this is, okay, one step, and after that, it's that I don't know, the manager there will understand, you know, that might be, how to say, an offense or something like that, yeah? So this is what I like to add here, yeah, from my side. On the other hand, I think, you know, we have to bring also other aspects, you know, which are proving that we are on the right way, for example, yeah? And it's come to my mind, for example, for example, when I say, when it's a big discussion in our company about the equal payment, you know, between women and men. of course, once again, our job, in rail is very much connected to a lot of physical work, in the ground stuff, so we are facing terrible challenges, for example. But once again, I saw, the rank, for example, for Romanian equal payments, for example. You know that is the smallest difference in Europe, for example. We have to be proud of this. We have to keep, something like that. We have to show to our people that it's something good. We have to work on this, And I don't want to say that, but in other countries in Western Europe, you can see 2 figures, for example. And I think this is very much more important, than to send people. We have to start, with the structural changes, actually. Thank you very much for this.
Thank you. And it's a great way to end with a call for structural changes. Thank you very much, Mara, Edward, Diana, Anna, and Esther. Appreciate your really dynamic involvement on this panel. All right. We will jump right into panel 2 now. We will invite up to the stage for our equity and social inclusion panel, Estera Angelescu, who is our vice president at the Romanian Diversity Chamber of Commerce, and in her spare time, recruiting and employer branding director at Kaufland. We need to. George Balta, also from Kaufland, Romania, diversity and inclusion specialist. Luminița Flora, People and Culture Director for Philip Morris, Romania. Tima Marine, Head of Diversity, Equity and Inclusion at NTT Data. Bogdan Floreștanu, People and Culture Director at Heineken. And finally, Pablo Zapata, UNHCR representative in Romania. Thank you all. Go ahead. So let's start with Estera. I know you're quite deeply involved in ED&I and have been very much a champion and a leader on this topic, as all our panelists have been leaders. How does Kaufland Romania ensure equitable access to employment opportunities for individuals from marginalized communities? And what initiatives have proven most impactful in promoting social inclusion?
Hello, everybody. I don't know if this works.
Do not. Try the other one.
Good morning. Yes, now it's working. I'm glad to be here. Thank you for the invitation of being part of this second panel. To answer your question, Perry, I'm very grateful that we will have 5 years of access program in Romania. Maybe some of you already know it. We are the biggest private employer that has inside our team around 500 colleagues with disabilities. I'm very happy that Georgia is joining me also today. And we are doing actually small steps also this year to ensure digital accessibility and also physical accessibility for all our colleagues, and also try to have pushing the society to also change some stuff that are not really accessible for Georgia and also for other colleagues that we have, and also maybe people that are not in Team Kaufland yet. So what we did, especially this year, was to concentrate a little bit of the digital accessibility, and we ran an audit at the beginning of this year for our career website, for example. We started with that. And we found out that we are not that accessible that we would have liked to be. So we are taking small steps in these directions in this year, and also partner up with some major job boards in Romania, with eJobs and also Unde Lucrăm. And together we will make those sites also more accessible for candidates in general. We are happy if they apply for a job in Kaufland and a role of a colleague in our team. But I think it is important for them to also have the chance to see the jobs, to apply for a job, to get integrated into the society. And what physical accessibility is regarding, I will also let Georgia explain us more why this issue is also very important. We also are doing things for our workplace and for our stores, so that people with disabilities can work with us and also can shop with us more easily. And yeah, Georgia is, I think, more entitled to talk a little bit about this things.
Hello, it's an honor for me to be here. I didn't think that a guy raised on a rugby field, now being on the stage and speak about diversity and inclusion. I played rugby for 10 years until I broke my neck and I got a spinal cord injury. And from 2006, I didn't know what to do with my life. In 2010, I go for an interview for a job, and on that building, none of the doors was accessible for me. No ramps, no toilets, nothing. So I think that my plan to change this was to get out more and go to theater, cinemas, festival, everything. And where I see there was no accessibility, I spoke and write about this. Now we have a lot of festivals that are accessible for people with disability, any kind of disability. Buildings the same. And I think we need, now I spoke for people with disability, to have courage that when they have difficulties to write a mail, to speak about. And I think only, how to say, doar așa putem schimba, only this way we can change the world and live a normal life. For 3 months, I am part of Estera teams and Access program Access that goes in nine cities, important cities in Romania, and spoke with people with disability the opportunities to get hired. And when I was in a supermarket of Kaufland, I saw that I can't get the fruits from the store, and I don't know, from the shelf, and I don't know how to say how to weigh them, because the weather was too high for me. And I think that all the companies who provide something for people, they need to have in the team people with disabilities, any kind of disabilities, because only this way can do things better.
Really important points. I think it's something that drives business, but also improves the ability to recruit. And I know Kaufland has done an amazing job in both of those areas. And there's always room for improvement, as you said, because you did a digital audit and you find you can do things better. I think there's nobody in the room here who is 100% happy with where they are in ED&I efforts.
There are small steps that can be taken by everybody. And what Georgia said, I also agree with. It's very important to have people with disabilities, with different disabilities in your teams. They can help you also identify things that can be changed and things that not necessarily cost a lot of money. So they are, as Georgia also said, put the table a little bit down. That doesn't cost much, but it's a standard also in Kaufland, and we have to address this thing. And we started the process, and I hope that we will manage to do it soon, so that everybody can have an easier life, let's say it like this. And what I also wanted to say, we also have a colleague in our team, Delia. She's completely blind from birth, and she also helped us a lot with the digital accessibility. We are a team of 20, and we were not aware that when, for example, we posted a photo, she can't really know what's in that photo, or when we do a screenshot of WhatsApp, or when we post on LinkedIn or on Facebook or everywhere, she can't access those photos. She can't access, if it's not written, the screen reader can't help her to identify what's inside the photo. And there are little things. So now we try to take the time and make a short description for her. We can also use that alt option for LinkedIn, alt text option for LinkedIn, for Facebook, for other social media channels. And we also encourage now our colleagues, for example, from the marketing department, to also make our catalog more accessible, so that also the clients can understand what tomatoes are in those pictures, or what cabbage is in there. So there are little steps, but if we take them one at a time, and when we have a plan, things will start to get a little bit better also for these colleagues of us, and also people with disabilities in general.
Yes, it's really great stuff you're doing, and very forward thinking, looking at improving marketing, because people of all kinds shop and they buy groceries, and the idea that we should only care about what we've been doing the same way over the years, doesn't work. You leave money on the table as a business, and it's really a great way to improve your bottom line too.
What else we did with Georgia together since he joined our team, we also did some short videos that we will launch shortly on social media, in order for people to understand which are some basic things that they can do in order to help integrate people with disability better in the society.
Thank you. Tima, wanted to ask you, in your role of Head of Equity, Diversity, Inclusion at NTT Data, how do you ensure equity considerations are integrated into your business operations and client engagements?
Hello, everybody. There is a word that I like to use whenever we speak about our initiatives on DI, and it's uniqueness. This actually means that whenever we think about someone, we think that we have to look at the unique abilities of the person and not focus on labels or other characteristics that may or may not be relevant. We all know, actually, that if you bring together in a team people with different backgrounds and with different experiences, that's the point where magic starts to happen. That's the point where the levels of empathy actually rise. It's the point where people start finding innovative solutions, so on and so forth. I'm going to build up on the discussion that was in panel 1, because we're also a tech company and somehow comparable to what was discussed before. And I'm going to go in the gender perspective again. At sea level in Entity Data Romania, we have 50% women and 50% men. And this is something rather out of the ordinary for a tech company. If you look at the structure of the company generally, you will see that we have somewhere about 54% men and 46% women, which actually means we got the numbers right, we got the diversity right, but you have to go a step further and look at the inclusion. So I looked further in the numbers that we had and looked at the senior management level to see what's happening there. And I was positively surprised to see that the structure of our senior managers in terms of gender is almost the same as the gender structure of the company. We have 56% men compared to 44% women. This actually means that we managed to break the famous glass ceiling that is happening in a lot of companies and that was mentioned before. I don't know if we had a strategy, or I know that we didn't have an active strategy to come here. It's rather something that has developed from the beginning of the company, from the early times of the company. It was never a question about how we can promote women. They are there, they have the abilities, and they deserve this, and they are here. And
Can I ask, where was the company founded?
initially, the company was a Romanian company that was founded. It was called EBS Romania, and it was bought after, I think, 11 years by Entity Data, which is actually a Japanese company at its origin.
Okay, very, very interesting history, and that you were able to achieve what you've achieved organically in the DNA of the entity. Yeah.
Yeah. Now we're growing, and things are starting to get more complex or complicated. But I'm lucky enough to have a very strong DI team at EMEA-L level, which means we meet with the people from other EMEA-L countries and talk about diversity. And now we have a program that is called Women Together. It's an international program. This year, Romania is also participating for the first time, where we actively take women from entry or middle-level management. And they have mentors from other countries who are senior managers or C-level, and we get them into the 6-month program of mentoring, coaching, and sessions. So we prepare them for this senior manager position, and this is happening in all EMEA countries in Entity Data. Another thing that we do is we have worked a lot in the last year, in the last months, at something called the policy that we have is called Dignity at Work. And Dignity at Work for me is very tied to the diversity topic. It's about anti-harassment, anti-bullying, something that exists and that we talk about. We also have a committee, formed a committee where people can go and address these kind of situations if they rise. We also have trainings for all the colleagues in this respect, which are mandatory for everybody because they need to know where the line is crossed and that they don't need to cross it. And also we have a special program for parents, moms and dads, because we were talking about this also, where we are constantly showing that it's totally normal and we can get together professional and family life. And that everybody is welcome to, to bring a bit of the family maybe at work or thoughts about it. We have groups, we have workshops, we have trainings. We are doing our best to support also the family life of our employees.
Excellent. Thank you very much. Luminitsa, in a highly regulated industry as yours, how do you prioritize equity and social inclusion?
Well, thank you very much for the invitation to be here, part of this group. And it's an honor for me to also share and get the learnings from the others. For us at Philip Morris, we are in the middle of the biggest transformation ever. We are changing and disrupting the industry from the scratch, focusing on the smoke-free alternatives, which, although they are not risk-free, are a clear better alternatives versus combustible products. This means internal transformation, business transformation, product transformation, external transformation. In the middle of the internal transformation, the key are the people. And for us, diversity and inclusion, together the way they come, are actually the key asset and the key driver, which is bringing the right creativity, innovation, and teamwork, which is the key enabler for our success. Diversity and inclusion is not a PNC priority and a PNC project or initiatives. It's a business imperative, and I think this is part of the success in delivering the numbers and also putting the diversity and inclusion very high on the agenda internally and externally. I really like concrete things, and one element I choose to share with you here, it's something that we have done in relation with the pay gap. Not about...
In relation to what, sorry?
Pay gap. Pay gap. It's not about women and men. It's about ensuring similar salary conditions, similar development opportunities, similar career opportunities for men and women equally around the company. And the initiative that we choose to implement already 5 years ago, it's called Equal Salary Certification. It's a very thorough process. It's an NGO which founded the certification. And although it requires a lot of resources, work, energy, exposure in the same time, because they do have a very insightful conversation with our employees and the leadership team, it brings us the confidence that we can go up internally and externally and say, guys, we pay equally our workforce. There is no difference, not notable difference in between men and women. Equal payment or equal treatment in terms of salary compensation development, it's something that most of the companies are putting very high on the agenda. And it's something that sounds very natural and normal for everyone. But it's not a reality for many women around the world. Only in Europe, the pay gap is around 12%. The certification that we are doing in the company, it's something which is enable us internally to be, extremely credible when talking to our employees, but also enable us to come externally and speak about it. There are 5 critical steps within the certification, and we had to enable this foundation with a lot of trust and credit to be together as a partner with us in order to have the right insights and the right action planning for it. The certification starts with a full salary analysis. So all the salary data anonymized are being given to the NGO in order to ensure that based on the criteria that they are setting for different personas, the salaries are compatible, are equal in this certain way. Then there is a second stage after the raw data analysis, which is coming within the organization. And the NGO, which is partnering with one of the big 4 partners, it's running on-site audits. Discussion with the leadership team on site, discussions with the employees, focus groups, surveys, all the tools that they need in order to get the relevant data and insights from our employees. Based on that, they do have a thorough analysis on all the policies and practices that we have, starting with examples that my colleagues were sharing, the language that we use in the job ads on the recruitment sites, all the language that we use in the policies, making sure that the way we are communicating and we are thinking about our people processes are inclusive with all the categories. Based on all these 3 elements, the Equal Salary Foundation, it's taking all the data and providing a very comprehensive report together with some action plans. Because when you don't have actions, you don't get monitored, that you don't get the progress, you don't get managed the situation. This report is actually the base for the next 2-3 years, in which we have our work internally as a company to continue to develop the points that they have raised, so that when we have the next certification audit, some progress is being made on these aspects. This is something very concrete. It's relatively easy to say that, we treat males and females equally. When you have some more data behind and when you have a clear report to show that, the credibility is increasing both internally and externally. And I think this is the big benefit out of this type of initiative.
Sounds like you have a lot on your plate, and it's great that it's a data-driven full transformation. I think that can be a great example for a lot of companies that are looking to do the same thing. Bogdan, wanted to ask you how Heineken can foster or is fostering equity and social inclusion in its workforce and supply chain, and what role does corporate social responsibility play in these efforts?
Thank you for the question, and hello everyone. In answering the question, I'll also try to answer why do we foster equity and social inclusion. Earlier, the ambassador said that we're celebrating the European Day. In 1950, the Schuman Declaration, 74 years ago. That's 3/4 of a century. Happy birthday, EU, by the way. Heineken is twice as old, 150 years old, and it's still a family-owned business. There's no way that a business survives this long without it being really, really sustainable. without having equity and inclusion and diversity at the core of what it's doing. Now, Heineken, what we do, for those of you who don't know, we're a brewer. We brew beer. We used to brew beer. Now we do a lot more things, from water to wine to spirits. And when I say from water to wine, I don't mean in a Jesus type way, because we don't have the capacity yet. So we shifted from brewing beer to brewing a better world. And the way to do that is being present in every community that we touch, basically. And one way at the very bottom through the business value chain that we have is just creating jobs, right, in the communities that we're a part of, and not just through our own factories and sales force and so on, but also through the distribution chain, through the local materials that we purchase and so on. And when we do this, we try to embed everything that is DEI, not only in our processes, like from recruitment, we talk to the agencies to make sure that the candidates pool are already diverse enough when they reach us, but we do the same type of training with the partners that we have, with the entire ecosystem. And we do this because, well, Perry said it earlier when he was talking to Estera, it also helps the bottom line. It helps the business by helping the world. It's just a simple equation, right? In Heineken Romania, I have to say, I really liked what Edward said at the end of the previous panel when he mentioned that we should celebrate the positive things that we do have here. Romania does have a culture where some of the inequalities are not really there. Luminița was talking about the pay gap. In Heineken, we have a 0.78% gender pay gap.
Which direction?
Yes. Compared to the 12% at European level, compared to the 4%, which is the watch out, basically. That's the threshold where you're supposed to take any action. We're at 0 point something%. There is no inequality in our pay gap. We have, for the first time in history in Heineken Romania, and I think in all of the operating countries in the world, for the first time we have 3 women leading the 3 business functions: marketing, supply chain, and sales. This is a first, and the results are really fantastic. Are the results fantastic because they are women? No, it's because they are absolutely good at what they do. The same way that I've been chopping the beef salad, salata de bœuf, for every holiday since I was 5. Am I good at it because I'm a guy and taking time off to do that on Teams? No. It's just I'm great at it. I just love it. So when we're talking about fostering these things, we also have to figure out why we do it. It's not because of the KPI that we have to reach because Global said something. It's not because of a percentage. It's because it helps the society, it helps the world, but it also helps the business.
Thank you. Well said. And during the break, we'll have some salata de boeuf that Bogdan prepared last night. He was up well into
I'll try the water to wine thing as well. But
Pablo, at our first ED&I conference in 2022, we focused on the war next door in Ukraine. Unfortunately, this is a sad fact that it is still going on, and you and your colleagues have been doing tremendous work to support the refugee population in terms of inclusion and helping them to get jobs and settled. How do you think that businesses can work together with your organization for refugee integration and social inclusion?
Well, thank you very much, and thank you for the invite, and great really being here and learning. And that would be probably my first reflection. What we are doing as an organization, but also as an organization of the United Nations, but also as an organization of the United Nations in Romania, and therefore a very strong bureaucracy, is learning how the business lingo, in a way, and learning to interact with businesses in a different way as traditionally. For us, first, I would say, I'm long enough in the organization and in the United Nations to kind of chop different eras. When I entered UNHCR in 1998, business were not existent for us. There was never a conversation about business or anything of the sort. And then eventually, business became donors, supporting refugee programs. And there was a slightly interested relationship from our side, I would say, into luring businesses into. It was also the time where businesses were coming with the social responsibility concerns, which were also not always there on the side of businesses. So I think there was a happy match there, and that relationship continues to today. What we still do not have is a clear way into presenting to businesses the benefits of having refugees as part of their organizations, with some exceptions. There are a number of businesses globally and in Romania that do that, and they have been very successful in doing that. But this is one of the diversity elements which does not, it falls under diversity of backgrounds and nationality, etc. But it's not only that, it's also, it has its particularities. So we are not talking about successful professionals that move from country to country as part of a workforce. We are talking about people who may have been successful or not successful in their countries, who may be professionals or agricultures in their countries, and that are forced to leave because of war or persecution for who they are or what they believe in. And that adds a number of complexities to the equation. I would say in the case of Romania, I'm trying to go a little bit more into what you were asking, Perry. First, I think Romania is a very atypical country on many aspects. One of them is that contrary to most European countries, there is less discrimination towards people from, or less negative perceptions or perception of threat towards refugees from Middle East, Asia, and other parts of the world, Africa, than in other European Union member states. And at the same time, by being also a country bordering Ukraine, there is a number of historical grievances, imaginary, there is a long history. I always say, I'm from Chile and Spain, so I will take an example from Chile. Chile and Nepal have fantastic relations because there's like 12,000 kilometers between us. So historical relations, probably in the receptions, they always highlight the fantastic relations between Chile and Nepal. So with Argentina, we have a bit more of a colorful thing, as you can imagine. So it is a little bit the same with border countries to Ukraine. So it is a little bit of a paradox, whereas farther in the west of Europe, the relation is inverse. There is more negative perception about certain type of refugees and migrants and different with regards to refugees from Ukraine.
Can I ask you something regarding Ukraine?
I was just getting started. Yeah.
I will let you also continue, because we also had some experiences with trying
you guys
to
are one
hiring
good
refugees
example.
from Ukraine. We had like 500 jobs open for them, and they do not want to work. What do you do in those cases?
That is interesting, because it's a little bit something I wanted to mention before. In the case later in the discussion, in the case of refugees from Ukraine, we have also an inverse problem or situation as with refugees from other parts in the world. We have overqualified refugees. So 79% of refugees from Ukraine in Romania have either a bachelor's, a master, or a specialization degree. And we have additional, I'm not questioning the figures and your experience at all, but the challenges we have are related to what I normally tend to call a triangle. So there are three, how do you say this in English? Vertices of the triangle?
Angles?
Corners, angles, yeah. Vertices in Spanish is very easy. One of them is job acquisition. And that is an important element, and there are issues like overqualification, underqualification, and et cetera comes into play. There are two other issues which are, one is more evident and the other is less evident. One is language acquisition. In some companies, particularly big companies, have made a lot of inroad in trying to ease that barrier, and in our case, we are just recruiting refugees, up to 2,000 job seekers for courses of Romanian language with International House. So it's not only a good willing person or organization that gives, it's really geared towards being able to operate in in the labor work. The third one, and that impacts a lot with the profile of refugees we have, is childcare. So refugees do not have the support networks that maybe other persons in the country may have in order to leave the children. And childcare in Romania, early childcare is a challenge nationwide, I understand, and Romanians in the room would be able to confirm or not. And it's extremely difficult to have openings in kindergartens and in earlier education for kids. And we have 75% of refugees, 73.8 is they're women and children. And the typical profile of a refugee family is a mother and two kids. That still remains the most typical or the median of refugees. So there are a number of issues why people may not have access to work, Ukrainians. There is also, and this is something we are is facing down just because the funding is facing down, which is the aid dependency. So sometimes because of the amount of aid that was available, particularly in 2022 and the first part of 2023, some people would find not many incentives to go on and look for jobs in the job market because they were getting by and they were having the kids close. And the kids, by the way, many of the kids, also in the school age, they still follow the Ukrainian curriculum online. So they are still at home. So it's not that every kid goes to school. Actually, half of the kids are going to school and the others are school at home, still following the class in Romania. So there's a number of elements there. What we are trying to do is the weakest link, the weakest angle is the childcare, and there we do not have the capacity in UNHCR or even all the UN agencies and NGOs we work with, which we work 37 organizations under the same plan with the government and other actors, and hopefully increasingly businesses. We do not have the capacity to put up additional places for childcare. Whereas language is easier in terms of job acquisition. We work with organizations, with World Vision, in order to prepare people who want to go into the job market, but also Jobs for Ukraine has done a fantastic job in trying to match both sides of the demand and the offer of work, and impressive figures throughout Europe and in Romania. But the single more relevant hampering point is childcare. And for me, coming from a country, well, I'm Chilean and Spanish, so I can draw examples from both countries. It's very, very useful. But in the case of Chile, every company, I don't know now, when I was living in Chile, which is many years ago, every company over 50 employees had to have a childcare facility by law. And here in Romania is astonishing, or in the European Union, there's so many directives, there's no one directive about that, or one compulsory element. And the other, and let me go a bit more into policy, and this is a bit of a crazy thing that I say sometimes, the fact that here in Romania, and probably in other countries of the European Union, the taxation over having an employee part-time and full-time is the same, is regressive towards women with little children. So it is very much disincentivized that you hire somebody for half-time if your contributions to the various funds need to be the same as for full-time job. And that is also something that we hear sometimes. We say, well, a person may have an alternative, a refugee, of having the kids with somebody for a few hours per day, but not the 8 hours plus one of transport, Bucharest transport, and other parts of Romania and other parts of the world that are required. So there's a number of things, and some of them are clearly out of our reach. Some of them we need to have a better dialogue with businesses about it.
Both very interesting points. Thank you about the taxation and childcare. And childcare is certainly a topic we've had for some time now, particularly with the European Investment Bank, and this will be, I think, mentioned probably in our event on 11 June on gender equal finance. Pablo, may I ask you one thing, which is not on the questions I circulated, so if you don't want to answer, feel free not to answer. As an expat and as someone with a lot of experience in the United Nations system, you mentioned that Romania is less discriminatory toward the refugees than a lot of other countries in Europe. Do you have any view on Roma inclusion in Romania?
That I would say is well, I look at it from the perspective of Ukrainian Roma that have come to. So I wouldn't have the other than what we discuss with other people and events we participate on the whole issue of Roma inclusion in the Romanian society and the Roma organizations we work with related to refugee issues. For Ukrainian Roma refugees has been extremely difficult to integrate. Is on the top of and on the top of and on the top of. So particularly housing. So if we see the still accommodations, collective accommodations that have a very high proportion of Roma refugees because people do not want to rent to Roma families. Romania has blessing, which is a country with 92, 93% of house ownership, and most of the Romanian Roma somehow have found a way of I don't know if owning or living stable in a house or in an apartment. For Roma refugees has been extremely difficult. We are the only actually operation in Europe, and that's a source of pride. We have developed a mapping of services available for refugees, but also to vulnerable Romanians in the country, and mapped over 1,000 services. That includes also public services like health care, schools, etc., and school inspectorates. And we have translated it into Romani. One can say, well, why do you do that investment? It's always a question about inclusion. Why do you do the investment for so few people? If you see in comparison with the other numbers, it is absolutely worth. It is a statement to say, listen, everybody is welcome. Everybody should have access to the information, not only in Ukrainian or in Russian or in Arabic, which are also translated, but also in Romani language. I wouldn't be really qualified to speak more about Romania and the Roma discrimination, but I'm sure others may want to.
May I chip in?
Please, please.
I have some years of experience of voluntary work within Roma societies, and I've also worked on the European Commission on the Roma integration topic some years ago. And I think that there's a big difference. The Roma people are here for a lot of years, and they've never been properly integrated into the society. So Roma discrimination exists. The fact that we are less resisting with refugees is exactly what you said before, Pablo. They are actually far away. How many refugees from Africa do you know in Romania? They are not a threat, if I may put it like this, to the society. This is why people say, okay, then they don't bother me because they're not here. The question is, how would it be if they were here, if they came? Would this perception change or not?
Yes, a very interesting question. I'd like to jump back a moment to something that came to mind earlier. Many companies have recruitment policies on their websites or elsewhere that indicate that they don't discriminate on the basis of gender, ethnicity, religion, sexual orientation, gender identity, etc. I'm just curious, in your experience, George, in this era, how do you get from policy to reality? Because it's one thing to put something on paper, it's quite another to make it happen.
I think that it is important to have also the support of the top management. That's the first step, I think, inside the company. Then it is important to see on the market which partner you can have in order to achieve your goals.
A recruiting agency, you mean, or NGOs? Which partner?
I mean, now in our case, with Access Program, we partnered up with a lot of NGOs, but we also partnered up with job boards and also partnered up with Accessi Plus. That's the company that is helping us to make our websites more accessible. So it depends on our goals, and then we search those partners and address them, the topic, and also show them what's in it for them if they partner up with us. And then we start doing it. So it's like a hands-on approach. So I don't like lots of concepts with lots of paper. I mostly want to see things done.
Results.
Yes. And results, every one of us can do a little bit in that direction. And if we have a common goal, then it's not a big deal, I think.
And George, you had something as well to add?
Yeah, always it's easy on paper. When we go to speak with people with disabilities, we have, I think, two problems. One that the challenges or challenges, I think, infrastructure, because we speak with people with disability to hire in Kaufland, for example, but how can get from home to the workplace. And second, I think it's the money that the money is important, but the money that our Romanian states help people with disability, because I think there are 600 or 700 euros per month, and a lot of people with disability say, "Why I have to go to work, and I can stay home with this money." But what they don't understand is that sometimes to go out and be in the middle of people in society is more important than money, because you stay in four walls, home, and I think that's the path to depression. And I think how I said from the start, it's easy on a paper, but are companies like Kaufland that have this program access and get in the front to show people with disability that they can do more than sit in the house and watch TV with that kind of money, and you can raise money more if you work in a company, because in a company you can advance, but home no.
And do you think there's a multiplier effect when persons with disabilities enter a Kaufland store and they see people with disabilities working?
Yeah, I know it's a motivation for other people with disability to see other people with disability that work in a store, or I don't know.
If I
think
may
that-
add something. Go.
One more thing. I think it's important for us to do some steps, not to wait that some legislation comes either from the EU or from the Romanian government, because every one of us can do a step forward. So you do not have to wait until somebody is coming to push you to do something. Sorry.
No. I just wanted to commend Kaufland on what they're doing, honestly. I mean, from the outside, and I've worked with, this is my 5th company now. It shows how vested you are in this. And I think it is all about, back to what Giorgio was saying, back to what Pablo was saying about underrepresented groups, be it refugees, people with disabilities, whatever. In the end, I think everyone just wants to add value somehow. But they need to get value in kind. So the incentive thing for both Ukrainians, in the example that Pablo was making, or the incentive, the social pay that people with disabilities get, sometimes they might not see that value, but in the end, they also want to add value in the world. And it's crazy to me that companies, what we sometimes do, and I say we, in a very asumat and in a very owning it type of way, we do recruitment the same way we've always done recruitment, by complaining at the end that there's no skilled workforce, right? That we cannot find. But we have so many groups of people that want to learn, want to add value in the world, that we actually need to add value in our business, but we're not really linking together. So commending Kaufland and on what they're doing and seeing that as a really positive example, I still think there's a missing, not links, probably synapses between companies, NGOs, the public sector, to put all of these forces together to make sure that at the end we have everybody gets what they're looking for.
I think that you're right, because I also was thinking. apart from Kaufland, but you're right also there. What Pablo was also mentioning before, I think that also refugees need a little bit more care to show what they are capable of, because if you just bring refugees to companies, sometimes we do not have the time to discover those people. And I think that that link that you were also addressing might be something in that direction. Because if somebody is coming from Ukraine, let's take that example, but because we tried, but we failed with hiring Ukrainians. And it was not necessarily the language, because we skipped the language. We said we do not need them to speak Romanian or English. We also looked into childcare facilities. We also partner up with a lot of NGOs, and we looked also in that direction. Still, there was no interest, because they were in need of something else. And when the people are coming, somebody should also understand those needs. Maybe they don't know how to address them. And that's why somewhere in between the thing stops.
Luminita, you looked like you wanted to say something a few minutes ago.
Yeah, it's also related to the intervention that Esther had previously. And I think one critical element, to give people what they need. And the best ones which can, identify the condition, identify the type of programs they need for an unrepresented group are actually people which are part of that group. For several years, most of the multinational companies, and I'm including Philip Morris here, we are developing programs, hoping that they will be successful and they will bring the numbers, KPIs, and the right statements in the annual report. And this was the reality. At the end, the numbers are coming there for clear stories. But when we go and start to go on more sensitive topics, like people with different abilities, like people with different cultures, like people with different, even different generations, things start to get more insightful. And the best ones which can identify the programs or the initiatives which will make those groups works are actually employees or people which are part of those groups. And here something that we are trying to do, and we kick off this initiative last year, is to make employees more accountable for the environment that we are creating. Because diversity is a fact. I mean, diversity exists everywhere. Society, companies, here in this room. It's simply natural. Inclusion is an act. And actually what we are talking about is how we make that inclusion. Ukrainians, they came. So it was a natural flow. The fact that we fail in some instances to include them within the society, it's something which is an effort, a conscious one. The same with most of the unrepresented groups. And I think here there are, 2-3 critical elements. First of all, initiatives to come for the employees which really understand the needs and what is not working for them in that particular workplace, company, or society in general. Then share more. Because Kaufland, for example, it's inspiring us, I guess a lot of people in this room, to start to do some steps. We will not be able to solve a society problem just from the first moment. But if each of the big companies will do 1, 2, 3 steps, another 10 steps next year, another 20 steps the year after, things will move. And we have the benefit, at least us in the multinational companies, to live in bubbles. They are beautiful bubbles in which we have resources, stakeholder engagement, leadership commitment, money, resources, people, all of that we can do those steps. It will not solve the humanity from the first step, but it will create a synergy.
Really good point. I'd like to give another 6 minutes or so and eat into our coffee break and ask for, if it's okay, questions from the audience. Yeah? Okay, anybody? Thanks.
Just wanted to say, George, thank you for raising the issue of how hard disabled people have to fight to change things, and I think you're doing an amazing job. My question is really about you talked a lot about recruitment. Sorry, it's really difficult having everybody around me. Talk a little bit about recruitment policies, but no one's really talked about the issue of retention of staff. I was in a car accident. I have 4 degrees, one of which is a master's in business administration. After my car accident, which resulted in a brain injury, I was unable to drive anymore. And 6 months after my accident, I was made redundant because there was no longer a job for me. I was actually offered a job on half the salary that I was on. But you raise a really good issue about how important for self-esteem going to work is. But for me, it's also about the fact that I have a lot of skills to offer. And that's really what I'm asking the panel is, what sort of things are being done to retain people's skills and this could happen to pretty much anybody.
I will try to tell you what we try to do, because we also have a lot of managers in the company with 17,500 employees, you can imagine. And we start there because we have to first train and support those managers to understand that those people are an asset to the company and their competencies need to be valued as well as those of the others. So yeah, we have mainly jobs also in our stores, but we also have colleagues also in wheelchairs beside Georgia. We also had another colleague working in financials. So there are opportunities because we value the abilities and not the disabilities. But it is also a mindset. So this mindset needs to be trained, and we need to talk about those issues. Because if we do not address them, if we do not train our people, we can't expect them to handle the way that we want them to handle.
Anyone else want to jump in or any other questions? Yes.
Hi, I was wondering how many people with disabilities do you have hired in your companies? And if you have any future plans or, I don't know, any projects regarding the inclusion of the people with disabilities, any disabilities, like Georgia, or, I don't know, blind people that can hear, or any other disabilities.
Is this a question for me?
No, it's for all of you because all Kaufland already has the examples here. So I was wondering if you have any people with disabilities in your companies.
May I start? It depends how you define disability. I think this is the first important issue that we have here. In a broader sense, if you define disability in a broader sense, not something that is permanent, but something that is temporary, like a chronic disease, the answer is easy. We don't know how many people we have, because this is data that we don't gather. Or we don't gather yet, or we can't mandatory gather it. It's up to the people if they want to say this or not. If you count also neurodiversity as a kind of disability, which is and is not, here the discourse is again very torn into two sides. You again don't know the number. However, for example, what we do at Entity Data for this financial year, our strategy is to focus on DI, on disability and neurodiversity. And our plan is to team up with NGOs, or maybe one of our my favorite topic that we have here is, for example, find people with different disabilities, and so they can act as consultants in research and development projects that can have a, like a good solution that could benefit a lot of people. Making generally the discourse about disabilities more visible within the company and the society. And I think that one important step is to make managers, for example, get away, or leaders generally get away from this ableism speech. Because if they see a person with a disability, they automatically assume they are not able to do things, but they fail to see that they are able to do a lot of things better than, for example, other people. We have one good example in Entity Data Brazil, for example. They have an entire department of testers who are autistic. They went into a training program, of course, and they do their job very well, as we all know. So there are examples that things can be done.
Yes, excellent. And it's a good example of not just having a job and asking people to qualify for that job, but crafting a job description that brings out the best in people you need, especially in a very tight workforce when you need to be flexible. I think it's a very forward-thinking approach. One more question, yes?
Hello, I'm Cristina Corriano, Accessible.eu, and I want to congratulate you and all the other panelists for the efforts you are doing for improving equality and inclusion in your companies. And I have a question. How much are your efforts directed towards improving the accessibility of your products and services to persons with disabilities? Kaufland is doing a great job. I'm finding now a lot of important things that you are going to be more open to welcome persons with disabilities in your stores. And I would like to have some information from the others. Thank you and congratulations.
That is a fantastic question. I don't have an answer for that because beer is for everyone, but it's not particularly made for a certain group of people. But as I'm saying this, my mind is just going like, because it's a fantastic idea behind it. So thank you for that. We don't do that in a particular type of way. You can enjoy beer with anyone, but not particularly for any type of disability, let's say. I don't know, with Braille language or anything like that. But thank you for raising that.
If I may, Accessible.eu, it's the European Accessibility Resource Center. And you can find there a lot of resources that can help you improve the accessibility of your products and services. So maybe we can talk later about it.
Thank you. Anybody else want to add anything before we break?
I would like to launch an invitation for you guys that are interested in the topic of diversity and inclusion, especially for people with disabilities. We will organize a nice event, I hope, on the 16th of May at Mina Museum. We will also celebrate there the 5 years of access, and we will have some really interesting activations that you can run through in order to see how a person in wheelchair is feeling, how a person that can't see is seeing the world, how a person who can't hear is hearing the world, and we will also have some other interesting things running there. So if you are interested, I also posted today on my LinkedIn page, there is also a link where you can register, and we are waiting for you there.
Great, and maybe also invite people to our September event, the Accessibility Expo and Rod.
Yes, you can say more about
go
it.
Ahead. Go ahead. You can
you can do it. You do it nicer.
We have our Romanian Accessibility Awareness Day coming up. I don't have the exact date off. Lestat, what is the exact date? 26th of September. Okay, 27, 29 September. And for the very first time kind of ever in Romania, we have the Accessibility Expo, which is going to be structured as a job fair for companies looking to recruit and for persons looking for work. It's a really exciting event.
But there is also an exhibition, so there will be a lot of corners at the event. It will be at National Library. It is an accessible building, one of the few that we have, unfortunately, in Bucharest. But Lestat and Andrea did a nice job and found that location and booked it also. So we will have a corner with motivational speeches. We will have a corner with job as job fair. We will also have people that are showing some products and some services for people with disabilities, but also for caretaker. And there will also be a location where they also can enjoy a little bit of detention, let's say it like this. The caretaker and I think also the people with disabilities, where they can do some well-being. Yeah, thank you. That word I was searching for.
Thank you.
So if you also want to join there, we will shortly announce it also on our RDCC LinkedIn page. So stay tuned.
You said it much better than I did.
You did a good job.
Thank you. Thank you, everybody. Appreciate your involvement on, again, a really wonderful, dynamic, interactive panel. We're ready to start our third panel now, and our third panel is probably my favorite, although I love all our panels, but I'm very much into policy development and advocacy, which is both internal for company policy, but also external and helping to shape and promote changes to public policy and law. So we have a really good group today. We have Gabi Mihaila Comenescu, Employment Services Coordinator at Motivation Romania Foundation. We have Biljana Radonjic Kerlinzi, and I'm sorry if I butchered your name. I'm going to put another chair on stage because I actually am going to sit down this time. I'm getting tired. And Biljana is Associate Director, Head of Access, Skills and Development, Gender and Economic Inclusion from our longtime partner, the European Bank for Reconstruction and Development. We have Siobhan Randall, Senior DEI Business Partner from Knight Frank. Also coming to us from sunny London. I heard it was sunny the other day, that's why. Maybe for an hour, right? Nora Varadi, the CEO of We Are Open Hungary. And last but not least, Florin Buhuceanu, co-president, Accept Association. Very good. So let me start the discussion with Florin, if that's okay. We have worked together on a number of policy, I would say policy initiatives, in particular court cases involving protection of rights of LGBT persons in Romania. I'd just like to kind of get your overview as to where you think Romania, but also the region, if you're able to comment, stands today as opposed to 2 decades ago, more than 2 decades ago, when you started your advocacy work.
Oh, I'm quite old, so I started my work at the end of the 90s when same-sex relations were legally forbidden. So the punishment was quite harsh. It was, you could suffer a period of imprisonment between 1 and 5 years, so it was not a joke. It was a difficult time. Of course, we are not living anymore in that era. More and more people are coming out, more and more organizations are created across Romania. We are not anymore the only LGBTI organization in Romania, so things are changing. What's important is that the general mentalities are in process of shifting. So you'll see more an increase of liberal values in the last decade, which is a good sign, and a lot of youngsters who are behind us. So that's I will say a sign of transformation. I will also just need to mention that some of changes are basically created through, let's say, artificial means, through legal advocacy, and that's a critical part of our work, of our organization. We are known for winning quite a number of cases in various national and European courts on family rights, on freedom of expression, freedom of assembly for LGBTI people, on transgender rights, as well as family rights. So we think that by winning these cases in various courts, and by the way, those decisions are binding. Romania can buy time for a while, but the authorities at the end have to implement those decisions, again, binding decisions. This legal changes will create also changes in terms of mentalities. I'm also proud to see quite a large pride when I co-organized the first Pride in 2005. We were around 300 people on the streets of Bucharest, quite afraid of what will be the outcome of that event. It was the first attempt to create visibility for our issues. Now we are around 25,000 people on the streets of Bucharest, and if you will be there in that particular day, you will see that the whole central part of the city is transformed. Youngsters, their parents, our allies are on the street, and it's really a very vibrant momentum, and you are obviously more than invited to join us in sign of solidarity.
Thank you. Gabi, speaking of changes of public perception over the years, how do you feel that the changes in public perception have impacted your ability to make a big difference in terms of policy changes, favorable policy changes?
The attitude towards people with disabilities also have changed in the last years. Maybe we are not speaking about the changes that are as dramatic as in the case of other categories of vulnerable people, but the Romanian society is today obviously more open towards people with disabilities and towards their employment. Motivation Romania Foundation is an NGO dedicated to people with disabilities. We are not an advocacy type of organization. We are not a think tank. We are a service provider, but we do advocacy from this perspective, and we try to do this properly. We provide employment services to persons with disabilities on one side and to employers on the other side. Our services are licensed by the state. We have the main goal to find jobs for people with different types of disabilities. To employers, we provide candidates with disabilities, training to employees and managers, and consultancy in the field of disability, employment, and workplace accessibility. And we think that by providing these services well, we also do advocacy, and we have an impact at community level. We have an impact, I think we have an impact in large disability communities. I'm talking about many people whose lives have changed for the better when getting a job. Starting with 2007, our team has advised more than 4,000 people with disabilities around the country in order how to seek for employment. Out of these, 700 people with disabilities got jobs. On the other side, we think that we also had an impact in terms of changing mentalities and organizational culture of 500 employers to whom we provided job seekers with disabilities and consultancies. We have advised around 3,000 people without disabilities from private companies, public institutions, NGOs, service providers, also professionals from the welfare and health systems. And we try to advocate and to give our contribution, our expertise in the disability field whenever we have the possibility. And to all these people that we meet in these contexts, we try to promote the idea of a disability as a part of the human condition, a state in which we could all find ourselves at some point in our lives, especially if when we grow older.
Exactly. Thank you. Nora, I'm curious in your context, maybe not looking historically or maybe looking historically, but where do you see Hungary and the region today in terms of ED&I? I mean, we read a lot of news articles, or at least I do, about difficult environment there, which seems to be continuing. Maybe you can kind of give some thoughts to the audience on how you're advocating for policy change there and elsewhere.
Yeah, so it's definitely a difficult environment, and the reason why, so our organization, it's called We Are Open, and actually we work together with businesses and we help them to build open corporate cultures. And as they are businesses and most of them are big multinational companies, of course they are they have all kinds of connections with the government and governmental organizations. So I think it's very, very important for organizations like us involved in diversity and inclusion to understand the sensitivities of these companies, so they cannot really like jeopardize their government relations. So I don't see that there is like a revolution brewing. So I don't see many business leaders standing up for substantial social change in Hungary. I see the reverse, you know, that of course many of them have their personal values, and based on those they would like to advance diversity and inclusion, but in the meantime they would also like to you know, like keep their government relationships. So we have to take that sensitivity into consideration. So actually, there are certain areas where I see a regression. So, for example, the LGBTQI communities field, or this area is definitely one where there is a regression. So actually, 4 or 5 years ago, we initiated a campaign with the Hungarian Forbes where 100 business leaders stood up for diversity and why it is important for businesses. And, you know, like 100 signatures on the pages of Forbes, and that's a big indication that that's already like a movement kind of thing. And I don't think that this would be possible today. So in this sense, there is a regression. But there are also other areas where I see improvement. So, for example, disability inclusion and addressing the gender pay gap, and some other areas I can see that we are improving. But it's definitely a difficult environment. So we always have to balance between different interests. And actually, I was just discussing this with some of you in the break, that ultimate purpose is really to pop this bubble, really. So not only to, you know, to discuss things about diversity and inclusion in our little bubble where everyone agrees with everyone. So I can also see many companies that decide not to commit to certain aspects to diversity and inclusion because they don't have the time, they don't have the resources, they don't have the know-how. And I think, you know, to really elevate this conversation to other level, we have to engage those players as well that, you know, are not on that maturity, you know, in order to convince them to.
But I suppose even in Hungary, you wouldn't have companies openly saying they support uniformity, exclusion, and inequity, right? It's just that they don't come out and...
No, so I wouldn't say, so of course they are not that explicit about that, and I think that people like generally want to do good, you know? It's just a question of how much they understand about the word, how much they understand about arguments why you have to invest in diversity and inclusion. So there is the moral argument, you know, why it is important on a personal level and a human rights level. There is the business case argument that many companies still don't understand, you know, why it's good for business. And there is the compliance argument now, which I think is the trump card, really, because there are all these EU directives like the ESG, the directive on pay transparency, the directive on the female quota. So all these directives are really pushing the companies into the direction of, you know, like diversity and inclusion is becoming a must-have thing for companies, and this is a very, very big change that we really have to leverage.
Really good point, and I like splitting that into 3 parts. I think it's absolutely correct. We've said here for years that you don't have to do this out of the goodness of your heart. If it's alone for business reasons, that makes a difference. And then, as you said, there are compliance reasons as well coming along. Probably less so on the S side than on the E side, right, for ESG, but still coming. Biljana, EBRD operates over, and I should know this, how many countries?
Over 40.
Yes, in very differing parts of the world, in Europe, North Africa, Central Asia, Middle East, you have even more kind of an extreme of different perceptions of the state authorities than in Romania or Hungary. How, as an institution, do you help promote policy change while at the same time kind of maintaining your relations with these various stakeholders?
Thank you very much for the question. Before I answer, I would just like to say how pleased I am to be here today. In Romania, after 10 years, I think I should come more often, but also because this topic is very close to my heart. Although I perhaps don't look very diverse if you see me at first sight, I am a child of labor migrants within the same country. I grew up with a single parent household. My father was a single father. I've been living abroad, right, working in various different countries, and I also have a child with disability for whom I hope that we will create a better world with a working environment and living environment. So I come from it like many of you, from a personal perspective, but also from a professional perspective, and I have this privilege to be able to work on these issues as part of my day-to-day job, unlike some of people here who also volunteer their time for this topic. But from EBRD perspective, we come from it as an investor. We, as EBRD, we also have our own HR department, and we are signatory to EDGE certification. We work a lot on inclusion of women, of LGBTI, of different nationalities, and try to preach what we preach in investments. But my work is on the investment side. So the mandate of the EBRD is to promote sustainable market economies. And we strongly believe that there is no sustainable market economy without strong human capital, strong and resilient human capital. And we are witnessing all the reasons for it with COVID, with natural disasters, with war in Ukraine, how important it is. And again, there is no strong human capital without inclusive human capital, without equality of opportunity and including all the members of the society in the workforce. We come from a business perspective when we speak to our governments and our clients that this is good for business, that excluding vast sections of population, women 50%, a lot of potential in people with disabilities, in LGBTI community, in minorities, in refugees, excluding groups like that from the labor market, from your businesses, from societies, is detrimental. All the evidence shows about the loss in GDP, about how companies lose on productivity when they are not in touch with the society as a whole, when it's not reflected in that diversity. So we use those arguments with our governments, who are also our shareholders. So this is a good thing about where we are coming from, is that we primarily invest in private sector companies, but we also invest in infrastructure and SOEs. And governments that we invest in are also the shareholders. So ministries of finance and economy sit on our board of governors, and we are able to leverage our investments. We are often one of the largest investors in a country, but also our relationship with the government to push for certain policy improvements.
Thank you. So you make a very big difference from the macro level, and I think most of us are working, from the grassroots level with our contacts. But really important work EBRD is doing. Siobhan, you have recently joined Knight Frank, one of the largest real estate brokers in the world, from a tech company. You have some very different perspectives from one job to the other. How do you see that your industry, particularly in real estate, can make a difference in policy, both in terms of changes to law, but also in terms of your own internal policies for supporting ED&I?
Yeah, so I feel that all corporate companies
and definitely corporate companies within real estate have a huge role to play in advocating for inclusive policies and for really leading the way internally within their own businesses, to be having those conversations with their clients, and also to be advocating for policies within an ethical supply chain. So especially as a large global business, you have influence over what happens in your own business, but also you are interacting with so many others who want to do business with you. So I think that coming together enables you to have an outsized impact on a lot of these issues. And when we're thinking about diversity, equity, and inclusion and that policy development, something that we do within our DEI team, sometimes called ED&I, sometimes called DEI. There's all different acronyms, but we really think about whether our policies are addressing diversity, equity, and inclusion as three concepts. So when we're thinking about diversity, we're really thinking about representation, who has access and who is there, who is present at all areas of the business, different departments, but also at different levels. And it was great to hear colleagues talking about progression and seniority and how you can see different demographics when you look at the data in that way. We also think about equity. And equity is really important. One of the first slides that you showed was some people talk about equality, some people talk about equity. And for me, equity is so important because equality suggests treating everybody the same is a positive thing, and intuitively that feels right. But actually, if you treat everybody the same, often what you don't land on is an equal outcome, because not everybody is the same, and we all have completely different circumstances. We've all had very different levels of opportunity to get us to where we are today, whether that's educational opportunity, whether that's accessibility, whether that's a colleague on a previous panel talked about where you're based in the country. Can you physically even get to those employment opportunities? Do you have dependents? So flexible working is really crucial for you to be able to take up that opportunity. Even if you are the most talented and qualified individual, you still require that support to get the job. Just saying the job advert's up, everybody can apply for it, isn't enough. And then we think about inclusion. And that's really how people feel when they get to your company. So it's not enough just to attract people from a diversity of backgrounds. You need to make sure they can all thrive once they're there and bring that value to your company, to your services, to your clients. And when we're working within our company and also with others in real estate, we have a heads of DEI and real estate group as well. We're really sharing best practice to make sure that our policies really do address the D, the E, and the I, and don't exclude any of them, because it really is a holistic picture.
Thank you very much. And mentioning the real estate industry, we launched at the Diversity Chamber of Commerce our Real Estate Accessibility Task Force earlier this year, which has brought together architects, technical advisors, owners, developers, and various other stakeholders. And one of our mandates is to put together a guide for development and redevelopment design of projects that includes elements with no or low cost that will take into account the needs of persons with disabilities, but also take into account gender issues. It's something we're really excited about, and if anybody's interested, we certainly let our team know, and we can send you the invitation for the next meeting. Florine, back to you on a question which was not at all what we submitted to you on the list, but I have no doubt you are able to answer anything I ask you. I want to ask you in terms of policy. There were several items mentioned earlier today. I believe Pablo had mentioned the cost of employing a part-time person versus a full-time person disproportionately affects women in Romania. We heard that persons with disabilities are paid and then disincentivized in some ways to work outside the home. So Florine, where do you find that we need some policy changes to stop penalizing LGBT persons? And I'm thinking, as you know, kind of insurance, et cetera, healthcare access for same-sex partners, et cetera?
Well, let me start with an evident situation. Any country that has a respect for democracy rules and rule of law and so on should implement in a non-negotiable way all the binding decisions issued by the European Court of Human Rights, the EU Court of Justice in Luxembourg. That's not the case with Romania. So this is an area where we should put a lot of pressure upon Romania to respect its international and national obligations. It's important for all of us to live in a country where democracy is taken seriously. It's important for the members of my community to have rights recognized and protected. And I will try to remind you what happened when this culture of respect for democracy is not in place. Maybe you'll have in mind what happened during Dragnea time as corporations, as business agents. It was a time when civil space was shrinking. It was a time when your space for business developments was shrinking. We were under attack through a constitutional referendum that aimed to restrict access to family rights. It was a rough time. So in terms of policies and policy change, we need to take into consideration all these details, so all these ingredients to be sure that the politicians will pay attention to our needs. Guess what? If we look to the opinion public poll, and I see here Mosaic and a few other organizations, all of us have conducted various researches. And what we found out is that actually the Romanian population is far more progressive than our politicians are, which means we have a good base for convincing these politicians to take seriously our rights and access to various services, not just for minority rights, but also for women. It's time for us to use this base and create leverage to highlight our cases, simply because this is the way democracy works. And that's the right time to not get influenced by the sharp rise of nationalist movements, far-right political parties. They will try to play their song. It's a song against us, it's a song against you, which is because you are equivalent of the devil. You are equivalent to the Western world with decadent values that are trying to be imposed on the poor Romanian citizens. You'll hear more and more these voices during this election time. It's time for us to work together and push the politicians to respect basic democracy rules. We cannot speak about a solid democracy ignoring decisions that, again, are binding, issued by European Court of Human Rights, EU Court of Justice. That's a prerequisite for any EU member states. We have seen also the rise of anti-Semitism, the rise of xenophobia, the rise of homophobia, instrumentalized by these agents of hate. Don't get trapped. We will manage to pass these elections, and again, it's time for us to work together with the new political class to be sure that our rights and interests will be taken into consideration by them. It's a common, I will say it's a common struggle, not just for democracy, but for the soul of this nation, and the time is kicking. So in terms of political change, I'll give you some basic examples. We work well with a number of UN agencies to push the Romanian government to adopt the national HIV strategy, which was lacking for more than a decade. You can imagine what does it mean for youngsters the lack of access to basic sexual and reproductive health and rights in Romania. That's a very grim reality. Finally, we got that national strategy. We are still fighting to have a budget behind it and implement it. Because that's key for a lot of youngsters living in Romania. It's key for a lot of women, especially in vulnerable regions and disadvantaged regions. We cannot afford to lose this battle. We use your legal brain to win several pro bono cases at national courts, including the Romanian Constitutional Court, but also at the level of the European Court of Human Rights. That's something we should value. It's a good model where we can work together to change the legal landscape in this country. There are plenty of things to be done, and I think we should find ways to strategize together. Otherwise, our chances to live well in a democratic, tolerant, vibrant, inclusive, diverse societies are shrinking. We cannot afford to live in that kind of society.
And it sounds like it's very much a way how the questions are framed. You can have exactly the same information conveyed in one very negative, inflammatory way versus a very positive way. And we've seen examples of a case where a same-sex couple had been together for 20 years. They were basically together, but they couldn't marry, and there was no status. They shared the apartment together, but it was in the name of one of them. And when the other died, the family just told their survivor that he had to leave the apartment and lost everything, which I think, from a perspective of fairness, probably most people would agree it just doesn't seem fair or just. So that kind of thing is also something that hurts business. If you have employed the survivor, what happens when the survivor becomes homeless? There are all kinds of implications for businesses. And businesses, of course, can make positive policy changes internally. For example, offering medical insurance to same-sex partners rather than only to kind of married spouses. This is something you can do. Nobody prevents you from doing it. And it clearly helps for retention, recruitment, various things. Nora, you look like you maybe wanted to jump in.
Yeah, so what I see is that there is, again, a very small bubble of businesses who understand what diversity and inclusion is about. There is another bigger circle of businesses, like multinational companies, where they do have like global policies, but they don't really understand what they could or should do locally. And then there are, like loads of and hundreds and thousands of SMEs who I think haven't even heard about diversity and inclusion. What we see is that because of the fact that this is the situation, we have to guide the businesses and business leaders what to do around diversity and inclusion. And what we did first with We Are Open in the first couple of years is that we had all kinds of trainings and workshops trying to like sensitize the staff and the business leaders. But after that, we also realized the limitations of this approach, because maybe you participate in a workshop about the importance of disability inclusion, and maybe you realize what kind of unconscious biases you had, but you still won't have the knowledge and the know-how to build an inclusive organization. And this is what we call inclusive design. And actually that's a kind of expertise that, it's not so easy to build an inclusive organization. And we have built out an entire methodology about, how to do that. And we always work together with the management team, like top leadership, because it happens many times in multinational companies that they think that it's like an HR issue, there is someone on HR, and on top of many other things, they will just take care of diversity and inclusion. it will never work that way. So every single person in the top leadership have to understand their individual role and how loud they have to be in the organization about diversity and inclusion. And we also created like 11 business processes that we call action areas, and we go through with the management team all these 11 action areas, you know, like HR policies, benefits, KPIs with which you measure DI, supply chain diversity, marketing, communication, and so on and so forth. So we go through all of these areas. We gain an understanding about the status quo. We also present to them their maturity in these action areas, and we give them like a strategic action plan that they can either implement or we implement it for them, or we implement it together. So, you know, this way they understand the status quo, and they also understand, you know, how they can improve the situation within the organization, and they also understand the whys. That's also very important, why they have to invest, because they will have to invest. So we were also discussing with someone here in the break that there are many companies who really want to do something with DI with no budget. You know, that simply won't work, because like organizational transformation, cultural transformation, inclusion, accessibility, you know, you will have to invest money in that, but you also have to understand your ROI, because there is always an ROI.
Really good point. Exactly. Yeah, no, I fully agree, and I think it's too often perceived as a cost that it doesn't really bring any benefit. And I think it's something that most management needs to understand and have education on it. Gabi, I was curious. We were talking about the economic cost of LGBT exclusion. I don't know if you have seen or done any of your own data collection in terms of disability exclusion, but do you have any thoughts on that, and how there may be some ways to engage with the state to improve inclusion and just generally the cost of exclusion?
I keep forgetting about this. Unfortunately, in the disability field, there are not many statistical data available. For instance, we don't precisely know how many people with disabilities work. So information about costs of exclusion are even more difficult to tackle. What we try to do as an NGO, as a service provider NGO, is try to address specific questions, technical questions that we encounter in our work, and try to deal with them in our work with the public agencies in order to provoke legislative changes, practices changes in the behavior of everybody. So I could give you some examples of issues that we tried to and succeeded to put on the public agenda in terms of barriers to disability employment. Obviously, from our working experience of more than 17 years in this field, we identified, we say, barriers to disability employment, and we put some of these in the public agenda, suggesting also possible solutions for them to be included in the legislation. And this is not a solitary action, it was an endeavor made in cooperation with other organizations. But there are specific things that prevent people with disabilities from getting hired. And let me give you just a few examples. For instance, the disability benefit system may place some disincentives to the employment of people with disabilities. A specific example is the one of people who become invalidity pensioners and have difficulties in changing this status to an employee. For instance, wheelchair users, most of them are considered from the invalidity pension system not employable. Yes, I'm looking in George's eyes. And they have difficulties in returning to the labor market, although they have working skills that could make them as workers as valuable as their colleagues without disabilities. And we want to change the Romanian pension system in order to make this transition more easier, because you have a very good example. In a motivations team, we have 28 wheelchair users who work as I do Another specific example, the Romanian state doesn't support enough the right to work of some categories of people. And I'm talking specifically about people with intellectual disabilities who are placed under guardianship. For instance, parents of young people with Down syndrome sometimes place their son or daughter under guardianship in order to have their possessions better protected after the parents' passing. But this is a problem because the people who are placed under guardianship lose, under the current legislation, their right to work. They are forbidden from getting employed. And this is not okay. They shouldn't be. And we are pleading for upgrading the legislation towards including several degrees in rights limitation in order for these people to keep their right to work. And the third example is the fact that more and more people, more and more employers, and the conference today just confirms this, that many of you, many of the people in the society acknowledge the necessity of having employment support services for people with disabilities. These employment services should be tailored specifically for the needs of people with disabilities because they sometimes, or most of the times, need job preparation, job training, vocational rehabilitation, and job placement and job coaching. And there are not many providers to do that. Motivation acts like an intermediary between people with disabilities and employers, but not many such services are nowadays on the market, since no specific funding has been available for it since the European Social Fund in 2015. So we plead for such ideas, such technical aspects that have been recently included and acknowledged in the national strategies for the rights of persons with disabilities for 2020-27, that was issued by the Ministry of Labour, although only the first steps were taken towards dealing with these issues.
May I ask you, why is it taking so long to make changes that seem logical and a no-brainer and would raise more tax money and improve inclusion, productivity of people? These are easy changes, aren't they?
No.
Okay, how can RDCC help? We're happy to help you. Let's have a chat in the coming weeks. Yeah. I mean, these are things that should be done.
For instance, reforming the invalidity pension in Romania doesn't seem very easy because currently the criteria of including people in invalidity pension are only medical. They don't look at all aspects of a person's life. They don't look to their environment factors, to their personal factors, which is the WHO approach. And the entire process is very bureaucratical. So people with disabilities are not encouraged to give up on a secure income, which is the invalidity pension, and to give a new chance to the labor market. It's a challenge.
Paradigm shift, right?
Some of these changes should be made in the top legislation, for which we don't seem to have always the time.
Okay. Biljana, as EBRD is, I guess, neither private sector nor public, but both private sector and public, because you're owned by states from around the world. How do you believe private organizations, companies, and NGOs can work together to help make exactly the kind of changes that we just discussed with Gabi and Florine that seem, they should be easy to make, but they're not being made, or maybe there's no champion in government. What is your view?
Indeed, that's a very interesting point, and I wanted to talk about it actually. I mentioned the top-down approach, but we also have a bottom-up approach because our clients, such as Kaufland and other companies that we invest in, they tell us what are the type of barriers that you just mentioned. And what we do, we tend to bring the voice of the private sector at the negotiation table. And with our leverage as an investor and as an international organization, we try to push for the same things that other organizations do as well. Let me give you an example in Kazakhstan. Kazakhstan and many other former socialist countries have those outdated laws from the Soviet Union times where there are occupations that are banned for women. And in the energy sector and in other sectors. These are really a complete relic from the past. And many organizations, ILO and UN, other UN agencies have tried to get rid of that. It's really symbolic almost. when we came along, we mobilized all our clients from the energy sector, the Energy Association of Employers, and just simply, together with other partners, lobbied for the government to really remove that as it is not necessary. And we managed, after quite a long time, to remove some 280 occupations from the register of banned occupations. And that was really possible because when different stakeholders come together and push for the same thing. So that's why I think this your idea to perhaps look into this in Romania is also good, and we would be interested in also joining you.
Super, thank you. Thank you very much. Siobhan, the last question from me before we open up to the audience. Knight Frank is actually the only pure private sector entity on the table here. I heard from a South African friend that the only possibility for change in South Africa when apartheid was overturned came from the private sector. And without private sector action, the state probably would not have done anything. How do you see the involvement of your company in helping make change in Romania and the region, even without action by the state, without any political change? What can you do? What do you want to do?
Oh, that's a really big question. I see the role of any corporation as to really be role modeling the behaviours and the practices that they want to see within their company. As I mentioned before, the supply chain that has a huge impact. My colleague Nora mentioned SMEs and maybe how challenging it can be for SMEs to have access to the same resource, DEI expertise to really develop those policies. So I think really working with your supply chain and then coming together with partners, with experts in the field, so that when you are developing policies, they really are reflecting the lived experiences that you don't have. So it's fine for me and some of my colleagues to sit around a table and say, this should be our policy on supporting families. This should be our policy on recruitment. But actually, we've only lived our lived experiences. So it's so important that we are really listening and joining forces with community groups to make sure that those other voices are representatives, so when we do create those policies, they are reflective of other people's needs and not just our own lived experiences. And then the last point I'd mention is in business, very much what gets measured gets done. So it's not just developing the policy that reads incredibly well on paper and gets maybe posted on the intranet or the website or something, but how are you really going to measure that to make sure that that policy is a lived reality for your staff? So most companies now will have some type of equality policy which will say that they are zero tolerance when it comes to discrimination. But how do you know that your company is zero tolerance for discrimination? So how are you measuring that? And you might look at things like really recording all and tracking all complaints, employee grievances, and trying to drive a reduction in anything related to diversity, equity, inclusion. You might look at an employee sentiment survey where you're really tracking whether any issues are being raised, because obviously by the time something gets to a complaint, it's often been going on for a very long time and has become completely intolerable for that person, and actually then you've got a retention issue too because they won't want to stay. So you want to be proactive about listening to your workforce and also implementing things like exit interviews. So if people are leaving you, especially if you notice at certain, someone talked about the glass ceiling with people who want to start a family, sometimes that might be a time when they're really facing challenges when they want to get back into the workforce or anything like that. Are you really taking those points to listen to people and measuring the themes that are coming up? We're seeing a lot of action happening where things are measured. So, for example, the gender pay gap has been mentioned numerous times today. And I think that's because it's something that we are measuring. We can track it over time and we can drive it down. And that's very much how business works. We track results. And so we should be taking that approach to DEI as well.
Excellent, excellent. Thank you. Gabi, you have one more comment?
Yes. Thank you. Since Biljana and Siobhan kind of opened the door for me, I take the liberty of making two suggestions. to employers, starting from our experience of working with employers, I would like to make just 2 brief points that we endorse in our relationship with the HR and recruitment managers. One, at first glance, when talking about employing people with disabilities, most of them, they are not ready to hire candidates. They may be less educated and less qualified than the job requires. Their disability might presume some accessibility requirements. And I know that this is challenging for recruiters. But when talking about employing people with disabilities, we try to change to shift the paradigm. In our opinion, it's not about employing the best candidate for your job, but it's about identifying a suitable job for your candidate with disabilities. And in order to achieve that, sometimes some adjustments are required. It is expected in the workspace, in the work conditions, in the workstation. It is expected for the employers to make reasonable accommodation in terms of working time, working procedures, targets, job responsibilities. It was also mentioned earlier in the assistive technologies and special equipments, in the access into the building, also in terms of job coaching or in-job training or ways of getting to work or to offer the home-based work option. These are efforts. I know we are asking a lot. It's not an easy task to be an inclusive employer, but it has its many rewards, and I would like to reiterate Estera's invitation from earlier. I'm saying to all employers, don't choose to pay the penalty under the quota system, but give a chance to people with disabilities. Thank you.
Thank you. If it's okay, we can take some questions from the audience. Yeah? Anybody have any questions? No, not this panel? Okay, very good. Then I will just mention, I heard the word supply chain many times on this panel and a couple of times earlier. The Diversity Chamber of Commerce has a certification program which is exactly intended to help large multinationals and other companies that want to have comfort that the businesses that they're doing business with have become ED&I compliant, and our certification actually goes through a process which can take a couple of months, but we help companies to evaluate where they are, do an audit, and to put in place an action plan to improve their ED&I policies and outcomes. So, thank you all. All right, now we will start our fourth and final panel, after which we will have, maybe we don't have time for Q&A, but we've had Q&A throughout, so we can probably dispense with that. Then closing remarks and a networking lunch, which I hope everybody will stay for the lunch, because one of the value added for these conferences for you all to meet one another and talk, and I know we've had some really good introductions. I've had people come up afterward and say they were pleased to have met various folks here. So panel 4, education, awareness, and future perspectives. We have Sebastian Siukta, who is our colleague in Poland, the executive director of the Polish Diversity Chamber of Commerce. And I would say welcome back, because we've had the pleasure of hosting you previously here. We have Radu Sekele, who is president of Dare to Learn Foundation. Former state secretary in the Ministry of Education. Ayla Mingazi, HR Transformation and Development Director for BRD Société Générale. And Flavia Tiok, Senior Project Manager, DE&I Coordinator, OMV Petrom. So, thank you all for joining. I think we'll start with BRD. Here we are. I'm going to sit down again for this panel, at least down here. So, tell me, Ayla, how does BRD integrate diversity and inclusion education into its employee development program, and what are the strategies employed to raise awareness and foster a culture of belonging among staff?
Thank you for this question, which is a very large question. BRD is a large organization in Romania. Societe Generale is a large group around the world. We pride ourselves with diversity of profiles, backgrounds, and we share a common set of values rooted in integrity and ethics. So, as a responsible bank and a responsible employer, we are focused on programs of development for our staff, including for diversity, equity, and inclusion. So, as for training, we consider that managers have a key role to play, and it is important to set the tone from the top. So we have leadership development programs, such as one which is close to my heart and is still ongoing, Rise Up Journey. It's a nice name for a development program for the managers, which includes modules like diversity in leadership and psychological safety, where we are focusing on inclusion. But we are not only targeting managers. We have e-learnings that we promote permanently to all our staff during the year. And precisely for the diversity, equity, and inclusion, we are organizing now diversity workshops, again for our management, but not also for the retail front officers, which come in contact daily with the customers. So they have to be prepared to relation with all kinds of customers. And for the HR teams, of course, compliance and other functions which have attributions related to more to the human resources, if I may. Regarding awareness, of course, we have internal events, conferences. We just had a conference on the International Day of Tolerance in November last year with all staff. And we had the participation of our top management, CEO, program sponsor. So we want to emphasize the role of our leaders. Also from the group Societe Generale, we have all staff conferences. The first DEI summit, which took place in March, which was webcasted to the whole group. So it's about 120,000 people around the world. So it was impactful. And let's say as example, I have the Christmas fair, which is not so large event like the summit that I just mentioned, but in the Christmas fair, which we call the different abilities, same magic, we dedicated this to the people with disabilities. We had workshops where we could see how people with disabilities feel like. For example, visually impaired or visually challenged people. We had storytelling by people with disabilities. We had carol singing, this kind of stuff which have impact on our staff. It was dedicated to this. As for community engagement, we also have events which are not dedicated to our staff only, but to the communities around us. And you know that we light up the BRD Tower in purple color on Disability Day. We had in the Atheneum a charity event called Nen Vinci, which means undefeated, in the honor of the sportsmen and sportswomen in honor of their success, even if they have some disabilities. So we are careful to let know people that we care about all these things. Also, as a responsible employer, because you asked me about the internal policies, I have to say that we pay attention, and all our HR processes are based on competencies. Competencies that we can use and we are looking for in a bank. So we don't appoint a woman in a certain position because she's a woman or a person with disabilities because of that, but because he or she has the needed competencies for that position. But this being said, we are focusing on recruitment process, onboarding, in order to attract people, retain people of all kinds, and ensure a long-term employability for our staff with the development, upskilling, reskilling. So we are tackling all these points. I'm not saying that we are 100% there, and I agree with you that I think nobody can say that it is 100% or perfect in DEI. But we have started to look very careful on these elements. We monitor the gender pay, of course, like any large corporation. And we are proud to say that we work intensively on that, even though we are at already a low level of gap. And what can I say? We have yearly a survey launched to all the employees in the bank and in the group. It's called the Employee Barometer. And everybody is invited to speak up and say his or her opinion of a lot of dimensions of the activities in the bank, including on DEI. And based on the answers, on the results from this barometer, we set actions to increase the level of engagement, increase the level of inclusiveness, and to answer to the people's proposals, suggestions, and requests.
Thank you. Well, it sounds like you have quite a full program, and it's been great to have Berede join recently as a member of the Diversity Chamber of Commerce. Radu, I wanted to ask you something based on all of your various experiences in Romania, in Finland, elsewhere. Why should businesses care about ED&I as it applies to the educational system, and how can businesses, if they can, be involved in promoting positive change in the public education system?
Good afternoon, everyone. Well, I'd like to start with, first of all, why do I care? I'd like to start with this because there was a question earlier in the day. Why do we need to foster, I think it was Bogdan who asked, why do we need to foster diversity? And a few years back, when I was working in Finland, I made an experiment and I asked some students a question: are men and women equal in Finland? I asked this question of Finnish students, and they answered yes. And I said, why? And the answer was, what do you mean why? They are. As a similar experiment in Romania, I asked, are women and men equal, of students as well, same age, first, second year at university? The answer was, well, in some things, yes. Not in everything. No, of course not in everything. Women don't have the same physical strength. They don't have... There were some arguments. Then my next question was, should men and women be treated as equal? And the answer was, the same. Sometimes, yes. And I think what we need to draw out of this is that society has a certain image that the education system perpetuates because it doesn't do much else than follow what society believes. The education system, as it is designed now, perpetuates a belief or a set of beliefs which we share as a majority, not necessarily all of us or those of us that are here, but they are part of the majority belief. And why do we need to foster something that is natural, for me is difficult to understand after 20 years of living in Finland, because I have adopted that view that yes, they are equal, so what's there to talk about even? What we need to work on is to eliminate or to identify and eliminate the barriers that prevent this equality from actually happening. That's for me the most important aspect that we need to work on. And I grew up in a rather conventional family, but in a non-conventional surrounding, because my family was mixed, Hungarian, Romanian, but still rather traditional. And around me, though I grew up in Sibiu, in a German community with a lot of Roma people around me, children in school, where I think about 20% of the children in my school were Roma, thinking of my own classroom. My best friend was a Jewish boy. I had no idea he was Jewish until they suddenly disappeared because they had emigrated to Israel, and I didn't know what had happened to him until my grandfather explained to me that, they had to go. But I did not grow up with differences being pointed out to me. So I was very lucky in that sense. And as I grew up and went through the education system and became a teacher and then a teacher trainer myself, and I worked with managing diversity in the classroom, I tried to see, the question I am asking myself and that I'm trying to answer, and I'm asking also of those people whom I worked with in education, is how can we create a learning system, an education system in which every child can strive and then every adult can strive later on through lifelong learning? Now, what businesses can do to support this is to show on a small scale how they can strive accepting diversity, not necessarily fostering it, because I repeat, I think it should be just accepted. It's a reality, not something that we need to promote. It's something that we need to accept and make sure that it doesn't get pushed down or away. And if we can give this model to society, the education system will adopt it eventually. It will not happen easily. I've worked in the Ministry of Education. I know policies are difficult to change, and practice is even more difficult to change. But seeing that something works somewhere else and is seen as a normality will eventually impact the education system and the learning processes that we are putting in place. I think that's the only thing. I'm not telling you that you have to invest money. Please do, if you can, invest money in learning processes that focus on equality and equal opportunities. But I think the power of example at the moment in Romania, how equity, access and diversity recognized foster success. If this is seen in business, the education system and other public systems will eventually adopt the same model.
Thank you. Really, very interesting. Flavia, I wanted to move to you next. As a company in the energy sector and also a privatized former state company, what is the perspective among management, which Austrian owners, of course, in terms of education of stakeholders on principles of ED&I, both internally and externally, if there's any external activity?
Of course. Hello, everybody. I'm really honored to be here. And I have a bit of a stage fright, as I can see. Very interesting conversations today. What I would like to say is that diversity is a fact, whereas inclusion is a choice. A conscious choice. So I'm very proud to be here representing my company, IMV Petrom, and I'm really happy to let you know that irrespective of the past history, We have managed and we have embarked in a very beautiful journey through diversity, equity, and inclusion. We have our management onboarded in, involving all the stakeholders, internal and external. So we are pursuing to have the best impact on our employees and communities. And we are actively building this throughout our internal and external programs. We have built a diversity, equity, and inclusion strategy that encompasses in OMV Petrom 4 main pillars. Those are referring to generations, because definitely in energy sector, being able to maintain, to groom, and to have a look, to develop the generational aspect is a high priority. We are also focusing on disabilities, and we have been having some concrete actions over there. During last year, we will be developing them this year, as well on parents, and nevertheless on gender. We are working through multiple departments, and actually there are so many initiatives in our company that the challenge is to be able to identify those and to bring them under the same umbrella. And I will give you some. We have some partnerships with universities in which we are granting a mentorship to some excellent students. We are granting some study how do you call that? So I told you, I have emotions. Yes, some study grants. We have fresh graduates programs running for years in company, and as well we are employing those fresh grads, and we already have a strong generations of fresh graduates who have been pursuing these programs. We also have programs dedicated to young women, young professionals, in which we are helping them developing their own brand while training them and giving them some mentoring programs. Such a program is called Her Energy Academy. Then we have, as a company, a multi-layered mentorship program that is dedicated to all the layers within the organization, but especially to those who are looking for a leadership position. And nevertheless, we are acting within our communities that we are operating in. And we have some contribution to the dual education system through our programs Oilman School and Petrochemical School that are active for some years already, and that are aiming to form and to develop young professionals for undergraduate studies, of course, that we can afterwards hire in order to be part of our company.
Great. Sounds like a lot of activity at OMV Petrom. Now on to Poland. You've had a momentous change of government recently, which I think I personally found very encouraging. Has ED&I become less of a toxic word in Poland, and do you see changes in both kind of internal organizations, education programs for employees, but also the public education system now that the government has changed?
I will start with
please, yeah, as you wish.
Big thank you for having me here. On the way from Warsaw to Bucharest yesterday in my plane, I felt
a little closer.
I felt enormous happiness that I'm coming here, because it's like you know, the feeling of second home here, because of the people, and I'm really super grateful and super thankful. Coming back to the question, I am very proud for Poland, for the society, because of the choice that has been done end of last year, and sometimes kind of jokingly, I think of myself that I have one vice, which is too much thinking. But actually, it helps in the moments when I get to a conclusion. So I'm getting to a conclusion. So too much thinking, it means that I observe me through times of history in Poland, involving my family, my very own experience as a child, as a teenager, the stories that I have heard from grandparents, parents, what they did for me to be able to speak English here in Bucharest with the international colorful crowd. That wouldn't be super obvious. We have examples like Belarus or Russia. But that was the series of decision taking by individuals like my parents and grandparents. But getting to the shore, I was kind of disappointed where the country was going during last 5-6 years, because I consciously remember 90s when the system has changed, when we all of a sudden got freedom and democracy and plenty of opportunities. And it was a disappointment for me to see that it took only 30 years for people to make a 180 degrees turn. I remember Poland of 90s. People were becoming open, accepting. The society was exposed to international travel, but also to international visitors. The mindset was expanding in a positive way. So I'm super glad that we came back to being open, to being supportive of freedom, to being accepting, and to giving everyone opportunities, which is now slowly in motion. Slowly in motion, because there was no drastic change. I know firsthand experience of educational system. I have 2 children, one teenager and one 8 years old. So I see primary school and I see high school. On the level of kids as a society, I'm more happy with what's going on in high school, because I see very open, embracing, accepting and supporting young people. And I know it for a fact, because my older child is a member of LGBT plus community. So I hear super positive stories of support, of being included, of being member of the pack, just going out to the cinema together. Teachers somewhat are a challenge for such a child, but again, my vice is kicking in, so I'm not justifying, I'm explaining. I look back to the history. I mean, people around 50 or 60, they were born and raised in a closed mentality country. They couldn't see the world outside. They were limited by the country itself, so they kind of inherited the mindset and they are there. Nevertheless, this can be changed. And there are positive examples like principal of a school. A lady who supported my child, talked to the teachers. So things are really possible. It takes time. And then jumping back to the primary school, I would say that warning flags are there of last few years. You know, small kids are just a reflection of Polish society of last years. But we are again back on track to being open-minded and just embracing the reality. So another vice, I am always optimistic. I always believe that things can happen, and it comes as part of my genetics. So I'm happy about this.
Thank you. Ayla and Flavia, I'd like to ask you a question that is kind of on your list, but not entirely on your list, and maybe a bit provocative. So if you don't want to answer it, I fully understand, tell me. But there's been a lot in the press, and particularly even this week in the Washington Post, and I just saw something literally 20 minutes ago, or before, right after the break, before the break, about this idea that educating employees or educating students on principles of ED&I is equivalent to brainwashing. Again, it's politicizing the definition of ED&I and stealing it from business where we use it in a positive sense. Do you have any thoughts on that?
Yes, of course. So diversity, equity, and inclusion, those are matters that are belonging to sustainability. Those are at the core heart of the business, and those cannot be overlooked. I thought you were asking me something so much more provocative than that. So therefore, it is important to gradually educate the employees and the stakeholders on every single aspect of it. And that's why we have tackled a gradual approach. And as we realized that we firstly need to educate ourselves. And this is what it took a long time for us. But happily for us, we are just learning together. And talking about the diversity, equity, and inclusion program in Petrom, I told you that we have 4 pillars. And we are having different topics. Training is one of them, right? So self-education, educate others, then have an impact in communities. And learning. And we also have a KPI on learning that is belonging to diversity, equity, and inclusion.
Sorry, tell us how that works. I'm curious about how the KPI in learning works.
In learning, it works because we have an LMS system that is monitoring the training that we are having, and we are really an organization that is that has a high thirst for learning, but as well very many opportunities because it's so diverse, and you cannot get bored in there. I can guarantee you. And so that's one pillar. Of training, learning. So, and it was happening even for me personally that I was dealing with my personal bias that I had to break. And I opposed some resistance, but then, and I had some grit, but then I became resilient a bit because I have learned so much more being out of my comfort zone. Apart from training and learning, that is a permanent issue, we have a lot of events that are meant to generate awareness and advertise our D&I, but they also are a very good opportunity to create affinity groups, to create communities, and to liaise people. And for these events, we are just getting the proactive help of a very stable network of volunteers. And I'm very proud to say that I have 2 of the most engaged volunteers here with us. So thank you, Christy. Thank you, Maria Magdalena, for being here and supporting with all initiatives related to being book exchange, being the chief elf for Bring Your Kids to Work event, generating a chaos, a controlled chaos in the winter times where the parents and the kids are meeting together and they're having fun. Yeah, I'm very proud of what we have so far, and this is only the beginning.
That's excellent. Thank you for sharing the personal aspect of your own having overcome, one of your prejudices or whatever you would have called it. Yeah, I mean that's very important. I think once we do that, and everybody certainly has to some degree, I think it helps us to help others in a very genuine way. Are you able to talk on this topic?
Sure. And I'm very glad that you brought it up because for BRD, diversity, equity, and inclusion, it's something normal. It's a new normal, I think. You cannot brainwash anyone with something which is normal. So this is why I think that training will, I think that someone who says that training is too much hasn't got any training because maybe we have experienced with our staff and yeah, we should be sincere and honest. Not everybody has the same level of training in any organization, and we saw that people who think that diversity, all know what it is about. Why should I train again? Why should I? But then they discover something so interesting, so close to the heart, that they understand it is never too much. And this is a very a simple example in the program for the managers that I was telling you about. Of course, all the managers have been trained at some point with any training. When we propose to them diversity in leadership, okay, I will go, but I kind of know what this is, and maybe I will spend a few hours there, but I could have done something else. But then they enter in the topic, and with the help of our excellent trainer, they discover that diversity has so many dimensions, and that they did never think about all of them. Diversity of opinions, diversity of whatever. And this was, in the end, the most successful module of all that program. Because after the participants get out of that, their feedback was great. So even if, to answer concretely to the question, even if you think that training on diversity is too much, you will never have too much training on this topic. And not only for employees, but also for our families. We encourage our employees to share their experiences and their knowledge with their families. And as a personal example, I learn a lot from my children. I have teenage children, and I don't know how or when or who taught them so well, but they know even more things that I do, and I believe that I am rather trained on the topic. But they have something more nowadays, I think, children, and I recommend everybody to listen to the children.
Good advice.
Radu, you were going to say something?
Yes,
I was going to ask you something. Go ahead.
I'm going to say something. I believe that whenever you raise a natural thing to the level of ideology, you start getting the counter reaction. So by raising something that is naturally there among us as diversity to an ideology and calling it an ideology, they have had, or those who are against this, for reasons beyond my understanding, have found an enemy, because they are not fighting diversity as such, they are fighting the ideology behind diversity. And I think what we should try and do is bring it down to talk about it as something natural, not normal, because then again I think there we'll have another who decides the norm. But it's a natural thing. And on my way to a teachers' conference in Blaj, I think, somewhere in Transylvania, I stopped at Dedeman, Hornbach, some store, and bought a bunch of these small envelopes with flower seeds in them. I just took them randomly, and there were 50 or 60 teachers, and I gave everybody one of those envelopes, little envelopes, and I asked them, what did I give you? And they said, seeds. Right, what seeds for? For flowers. And then we went through the process, and I asked them, okay, what sort of flowers? And then they started looking at the name of the flower. What was, some were flowers, some were plants, without actual flowers. And then they read how the flowers or the plants need to be, when they should be planted, how much water, how much sun, where, and so on and so forth. And what I try to tell them is that this is normality, this is not brainwashing, this is a natural thing. Every type of plant needs different conditions to flower, to develop, to bloom, and so on. It's the same with us, with humans. We don't need to just to call it an ideology, and that's why we need to behave differently with different people, or consider different needs of each one of them. It's just because it's a natural thing, and we should not ideologize it, because in that situation it's no longer a reality, it's something that can be fought, which is an idea. And I think my struggle will be, or would be, to change this paradigm, or to move it from even the concept ED&I ideology, I think, is wrong, because it's just a reality, a measure perhaps to support this, but it's a reality. And this paradigm shift is something I would focus on. And then the ones who wrote there that it's a brainwashing ideology might not have a reason anymore, because I'm not brainwashing, or a biology teacher is not brainwashing children when they tell them that plants need different conditions to prosper.
Very nicely put. Sebastian, you have any thoughts on this topic?
I fully agree. And apart from being a high-level thinker from time to time, I'm also down to earth. So I will substantiate what you nicely described with few examples that I experienced myself. As I was listening to all the panelists today, I have a thought that I was extremely lucky in my life, really extremely lucky despite of ups and downs. I was lucky in the sense of being exposed to environments, people, and situations that gave me insight to what you nicely described from a different perspective. I actually wasn't thinking about diversity and inclusion. I was just experiencing without giving it a label or a name. So coming back to examples, one of the lucky parts of my life was working in banking industry in Frankfurt am Main in a Swedish bank. So it's already a mix here, right? So let's broaden it. In the team that I worked with, there was a half German, half Swedish guy. There was a UK proud and out gay. My boss was a German proud and out lesbian. We had a girl from Mali. We had a guy from Norway. We had a guy from Finland. We had a colleague from Hungary that escaped from socialist different mindset because he had Jewish origins. We had a German Jew, and we were, looking at the business perspective, extremely efficient. We really delivered. We really delivered huge transactions, short delivery times, because of different perspectives, different set of skills, and different viewpoints. We were able to blend in. Everyone was given the possibility to make use of the best of themselves. And as a team, we really delivered, and we had lots of fun. Really, we had lots of fun. We understood each other, and we were able to get into the shoes of everyone else, because every one of us had some experiences that were sparking thinking. Another example was a super exciting project in Sweden, in the same bank. From a blank piece of paper, we created a credit processing system. And it was even more colorful because we had people from Asia, so Afghanistan, Pakistan, Sri Lanka. There was me, a Polish guy, but we also had representatives from different divisions dealing with credit exposure, so risk, credits, IT, not only programmers, but architects, network people. I mean, so many different viewpoints. And the first working MVP, first working system, it took only 3 months. From a session when we met few tens of people, divided into groups and started drawing on walls, on whiteboards. It was only 3 months. And again, coming down to results, coming down to business, it was because everyone had different points of views, and we were open to listen, to accept, and take step back when necessary, to listen to others and take the best out of everyone. So, I mean, there are numbers and results behind nature.
Excellent. Ayla, you look like you want to say something.
I was thinking that indeed what Sebastian was saying, the multicultural team that you experienced, it rings a bell because we are a multinational group, and this is what we are facing almost every day in our activity. And indeed, it requires a bit of effort, and this was said before, and a lot of things were said before by the wonderful speakers before, and I'm very honored to give an insight on what is happening in my bank. Indeed, there is no magic recipe or I don't know. Universal plan for this, but each organization has to set its goals, some KPIs or whatever deadlines, and to set a structure in order to see the progress. I'm saying that because in BRD indeed it is not a new bank, BRD. There were initiatives all the time about diversity, equity, and inclusion. But now recently we structured the program, and we built a framework and the governance, and we set some very specific goals. We are also split in 5 main priorities we called streams. It's similar to what we heard before: gender, origin, LGBTQ, generations at work. So we also have the people empowerment. People empowerment for us, it's beyond the training, beyond the awareness. It's their involvement. They feel that they are part of the change. They feel that they can do something about this, and they feel empowered. This is something which motivates. This is something that reverberates in each of us heart, and it's important for us. We had a call for volunteers, and we had allies, we call them allies, and we started workshops to generate ideas, but also implement, because we need people to actually do the concrete things that in the end we are expecting to have, not only words, talks, papers, but really things that are done in the organization for the employees and for the customers. This is what was crossing my mind.
I like your point, tying back to what Radu had said, that there's no one-size-fits-all for people, but there's no one-size-fits-all. We're all different for businesses and organizations. Sharing best practices, sharing our experiences, our failures, and our successes with people in the room and other organizations and businesses is crucial, because people from the outside may look and say every law firm is the same, every bank is the same, every energy company is the same. It's just not the case. We all have our corporate histories, our organizational histories, and it's so important to be kind of sensitive to the population of our workforce, our stakeholders, and to adapt according to that.
But you see, if I may say one.
Please do, yes.
We are fine with that every company, every business in the same sector is different. But we do expect the entire education system of a country to be the same, to be similar. And that's another thing we need to accept, that it's not possible. The over-centralization that we have seen for decades, the industrialist model of the education system, where you have one profile that every child has to fit into when they exit. After 8th grade or 12th grade, they are all measured by the same standards. They all have to get the same type of education, the same conditions. This is something that we have not, but I'm not talking about Romania now. We, as the West, we have not questioned yet this industrialist model of producing education. And what the Dare to Learn Foundation will try to do is to move towards the concept of learning, something that the UK, for example, has done under Tony Blair already when they gave up the concept, the idea of education, and they moved to learning. The idea of learning becomes the process for which you take responsibility and helps you grow and develop, and not the top-down educational approach that tries to make every school in the country. And if you go around Romania or France, where is, let's start, you recognize the school immediately. You go through a village, you see this is the school. You go through the next village, this is the school, because they all look the same. They are built on the same way of working, irrespective of whether you are in the center of Bucharest and you come from a family where books have been around forever, or in a village where your parents are semi-illiterate. You're expected to have the same behavior, to do the same things, and get out of the system the same way, and that doesn't work anymore. So maybe that's another thing that you could show to the public sector, to the education systems around Europe, that this diversity, even within the sector, is good, not only for the customers, for the beneficiaries, but for the provision of the service. That's also something positive. And there is also one thing that I picked up from Flavia's intervention. She said that inclusion is a choice. True, but non-inclusion should not be a choice. That's something that we also need to look at. I have worked with groups, underrepresented groups, as they are called, for example, people with visual impairments, in my attempt at the Ministry of Education to dismantle the special education system in Romania. This has been for me, and it remains an aim. Whenever I get back there, this will be one of the first things I'll try to do. We need to dismantle these fortresses made for people with any disabilities. They hard of hearing, visual impairments, physical disability, other physical, moving disabilities. There are special schools in which they are put for the purpose of inclusion. It is said the policy is called, or the policy calls these centers, educational centers, educational inclusive centers, centre școlare de educație inclusivă, which is a paradox in itself. And this needs to be done for us to be able to show children in the other schools, in math schools, that this is the reality that you're going to work with later on when you get into the labor force. And again, companies could demand this of the education system. We are going to have to employ all these people that are part of society, make sure that they learn together and not in silos.
Thank you. All great points, and thank you for your insights. Any questions? I know everybody is starving, but happy to take some questions. No? Going once, going twice. Ah, there we go.
Hi. So to Radu and maybe Sebastian as well, because you both talked a lot about the educational system. And to the previous point about being DI brainwashed, I, as a mom, think that most of the teachers in Romania should get some DI brainwashing at least. So what is your view on maybe educating the educators? Because we see so many cases with teachers bullying children, bullying disabled children, not including them because they are not trained to educate a child with autism, for example. So where do we start in making sure that the educators are being educated?
Well, no, the ones that are already in the system will need further training, but we should start already at the initial training level in universities, where the idea of working with diverse children, managing diversity in the classroom, as my program used to be called, is not dealt with properly because it remains at the level of mentality. One of my big worries since I returned to Romania 5 years ago is that everybody talks about waiting for the mentality to change. And we need to change the mentality, and we should change the mentality. But the tools for changing the mentality are not there. And I think what we need to do, and especially with teachers now, is start by giving them simple tools that they can use to work with these children that are different, neurodiverse, or have a disability. They do not have necessarily a personal problem in working with them. They just don't have the tools. And because they don't have the tools, they resort to what they know. And what the easiest way out is to exclude them, to leave them at the back of the classroom and say, well, at least they are there and they don't harm anyone. If they don't learn or if they pick up something, okay. So I think we need to, again, look at things out of the box. Rather than wait for mentalities to change, we give them tools. Try this tool and we'll see if it works. And try this one tool as well, and another one. And as they start using tools, they will change their practices. And once they change their practices, we will be able to put in place a policy which says, okay, now these practices work. Let's see how we can change everybody else, and their mentality will follow. Because waiting for this, we train. I'm sorry, I'm not a big fan of personal development programs that talk about you sit and meditate and then you all of a sudden have changed your mentality and go back to work after a week of a retreat and that's it, I've changed the world. It doesn't work for me, so I'm only promoting the things that I believe could work from my perspective. I think giving them tools and then help them develop practices and then move those practices into policies. If we start with a policy, which I have tried, and I'll give you an example and I'll stop. If we start with policies, it won't work. In 2021, 3 years ago in June, I issued an order from my position of Secretary of State in which I have asked every school to appoint a gender equality officer. Every school in this country has a gender equality officer appointed 3 years ago. Then they asked, now what do we do? Unfortunately, the ministry does not have the capacity to train these people. It doesn't. So I realized that what we need to do is bring in other resources to do this. So another thing for the business world, since you asked me to give you tasks, I'm giving you. Go into schools if you can, if you have the capacity, ask who is the person, the gender equality officer in this school. Let's talk. What can we do with you to help gender equality? And this type of policy doesn't work. If we had, perhaps, if I had thought of this before, that, okay, let's give them some tools first and then wait a couple of years. But everybody, now I'm talking from a non-political seat. When you are there, everybody wants quick results. We have to do quickly something. So the easiest thing is to issue an order. And this should happen. And if it happens, it's no longer your thing because you signed the paper and it should happen. But building up everything that is behind this takes a lot of time. And my hope is that the business sector will go to support the education system with an open mind, knowing that what you do will not be transferred to the schools in the next 5 years. It will happen probably when you no longer work in that company, but you will have influenced it. But it doesn't happen very quickly. It takes time. It's a mammoth system, 300,000 employees, 2 million people affected by it every day. So it's not an easy thing to do.
But we plant the seeds.
Yes.
Yeah.
And I like your question. It's my personal concern. You know it, I told you. I agree, it's a long-term exercise and you have to make a first step. You have to make a first step. We are talking to business people, we are talking about business results, we are talking about the effect for the future that education system has on us and on the businesses. Example from my childhood, I loved coming to work to my mom and my dad. And I learned by observing. My older child loved coming with me to work. And it was also fun. if we think of getting business and education, tightening the relationships, like good old school one-day visit to a factory or to an office, you learn by observing. I remember my first trip to the West. My sister got a scholarship at Sorbonne in Paris. It was 24 hours ride with a bus, terrible conditions, road reconstructed in the eastern Germany. And I was a teenager. I didn't know what to expect. No mobile phones. I had the fixed phone number of my sister. I wouldn't know if the bus comes on time, if she picks me up, what to do. So it was like, you know, jumping into deep, cold water. And after those terrible 24 hours, I emerged in a colorful world. And the cold water turned out to be a super nice environment with friendly people. These were colleagues of my sister from the university. I was just welcomed. They were very interested about me. I could eat McDonald's hamburger. Oh my goodness.
Next time we have McDonald's on one of our panels for you.
But
yeah?
And I was observing, I was registering, I was learning, and that came with me home. And my sister came back to Poland, and you know, several other hundreds of people came back with new mentality, new approach, new ideas, new behaviors. I mean, you can force, it will work to a few percent, but if you expose people to observation, let them think, let them have their own conclusions, that is also a way of passing the knowledge, passing the new points of view.
Thank you. Very, very nicely put. Very well. I think we need to close the conference then. Firstly, let me thank the panel members, and after I'll make a few comments. So let's have a round of applause for our fourth panel. Thank you. Yeah. So I made a list of 12 takeaways from this conference, but I will not, I promise you, go through all 12. I've highlighted 4 of them that maybe are more prominent, and this is based on the discussions we had today. One is that it's very important to remember that ED&I matters are sustainability. You don't have sustainability without ED&I, and it's absolutely the case. You know, indeed, we focus on ESG, for example, but the E is almost 98% of what we do without the S or the G. And I think keeping in mind the S and G are very important. Second, I think a number of people mentioned it, to personalize ED&I is very important for communicating to colleagues and to third parties, and it's whether you have, you know, the daughter that wants to, you know, be a lawyer, where 25% of partners worldwide are women, and she has to face this, or you know, this is. It's one reason it matters to me, and it's one reason it matters to a number of our panelists you heard. They have kids, they have sisters, they have, you know, mothers, they have people who matter to them, friends, and whether it's persons with disabilities or Roma ethnicity or LGBT, this personalization can take away the kind of the lack of interest or stigma. The third point, which I was very much of the opinion that management has to drive the process. But I heard a lot today about grassroots support, and I think it's equally important as well. It doesn't have to be management that drives the process. If you have a sufficient grassroots support in your organization to drive management to change, that's a harder route, I think, harder to organize, harder to make happen, but it's a great way, and I think in many ways can be a more permanent way for an organization to promote ED&I. Finally, the last point before we go to lunch is making sure we involve people from marginalized groups in the policy making.
And for the Diversity Chamber of Commerce, our 4 pillars have been initially gender, LGBT, disability, and ethnicity. But not only, I think there was some discussion as well about age gap and rural, urban, but it doesn't help if everybody sitting in the room making the policies is all the same, is uniform, as we said. We don't want to promote uniformity. We want people who are affected by these decisions to help make the decisions. And I think it's one of the key takeaways. So with that, I leave you, and I thank you so much for joining us, and I hope we will see you at some of our upcoming events. We have on the 11th of June, the Gender Equal Finance Conference. I think that's at the Marmarosh. We have the LGBT at Work event, which is on I wrote it down somewhere, 27th of June, is it? 25th of June, sorry, at the French Institute. We have the, as previously mentioned, the Romania Accessibility Awareness Day at the end of September. And of course, we have our Purple Night in early December and in International Day of Persons with Disabilities. And we hope to see you next year at this conference. But let me also thank our sponsors again, because I probably should do that before we leave. Platinum sponsor, Kaufland, really appreciate your support and all the great insights as well on the panel. We have our silver sponsors. Thank you very much, Better Day, DB Cargo, My EcoBox, Philip Morris, and of course Denton's. And the sponsors in kind, this hotel, the InterContinental Athenee Palace, and Serve Winery. And again, thank you to our partners who supported and promoted our event, the Embassy of Belgium, Embassy of Spain, the French Institute, the Belgian, Luxembourg, Romanian, Moldovan Chamber of Commerce, British Romanian Chamber of Commerce, Canadian Business Exchange Association, Romanian Portugal Bilateral Chamber of Commerce, Netherlands Romanian Chamber of Commerce, Social Innovation Solutions, and We Are Open Hungary. I also have to thank our executive team, Andrea, raise your hand, Andrea Barachki, Mihaila Storbo. Is Mihaila here? Mihaila may not be in the room. There she is, yes. Thank you so much. And our founder, Lestat, who really made all of this possible. And we're up late last night to making sure we got everything in order. Thank you all so much. Enjoy the lunch.